The Book of Heaven. Volume 35. My sweet life, my great good, Jesus, come to my aid. My smallness and misery are so great that I feel the extreme need to feel within me your exciting and loving life. Otherwise I feel unable to tell you even a little I love you. Please do not leave me alone, since the task of writing about the divine will is entirely yours. I will only lend you my hand and be attentive to listening to your holy words. You'll do everything else. So think about it, O Jesus. And I call for help my Heavenly Mother. For her to keep me on her lap while I write, and so that she synchronizes me with her maternal heart to make me feel her sweet harmonies of the Divine Fiat. So that I can write down everything Jesus wants me to write about His adorable will. My flight continues in the Divine will. He awaits me with immense love. He takes me in His arms of light and says to me, "My daughter, I love you, I love you. And you, tell me that you love me so that I can place my big I love you on your little I love you. Extend it in the immensity of my fiat and to make all things and all things love you while you love me for all and all things. I am the immensity and I love to give to creatures to receive my immense love. I give and I receive. The harmonies, the various notes, the sweetness and the enchanting and delightful sounds contained in my love. When my will loves the heavens, the sun, all creation, angels and saints, all love with me. They are all looking forward to the I love you of the one to whom they intended their I love you. Thus, on the wings of my will I send to all your I love you. To pay them in return for the love they have for you, united with my love. When we love, it is to be loved in return. Not receiving love in return is the hardest suffering, a suffering that makes you delusional. It is the nail that pierces the most and can only be removed by the remedy, the balm of a return of love. I said to myself, my God, who could ever pay you back for your great love? Perhaps the Queen of Heaven can claim credit for having paid her Creator back. And me? And me? I felt oppressed. My always adorable Jesus made his little visit to me and, all goodness, he said to me, daughter of my will, do not worry. For the soul that lives in my will, there is perfect harmony in love. By possessing his life in the creature, my will duplicates his love. So when she wants to love, she loves in herself and in the soul, since she owns her life. In my will, love is in perfect harmony. The joys and happiness of pure love are always in full force. Our paternal goodness to the soul that lives in our will is so great that we count the breaths, the heartbeat, the thoughts, the words, and the movements to make them with our own and fill them with love. In our excess of love, we say to this creature, she loves us and we must love her. And by loving him, we testify to him of the gifts and graces to astonish heaven and earth. That's what we did with our Queen. We have testified to him in so many things, but do you know what this testimony means? It is ourselves that we look at, and we want to give all that we are and all that we possess. A dissimilarity would be for us a cause of suffering. The creature, seeing himself different from us, would no longer have for us the trust of a girl, a trust that comes from sharing the same goods and the same gifts. Moreover, living in our divine will is exactly that, one will, one love, common goods. Everything that the creature might lack, we give it ourselves to compensate and say, what we want, she wants too. Our love and her love are one love, and as we love her, she loves us. My daughter, we could not fail to elevate the creature to the level of our likeness, nor could we not make our possessions known to the one who lives in our will. My Heavenly Mother, from the first moment of her existence, possessed the life of my Divine Fiat. We loved each other with the same love and we love the creature with the same love. Our love for her is such that, just as we have our hierarchy of angels in heaven, as well as the various orders of saints, the great lady, the heavenly empress who possesses the great inheritance of our will invite her own children to possess her inheritance. When our kingdom is established on earth, We will give him the great glory of forming the new hierarchy, which will be like the 9 choirs of angels. She will have the choir of the seraphim, the cherubim, etc., as well as the new order of saints who lived in her inheritance. She will have trained them on earth and will take them to heaven by surrounding herself with the new hierarchy, that of the newborns in the Divine Fiat. Born in his own love, those who lived in his inheritance. This will be the fulfillment of the work of creation, our consummatum is. We will have the kingdom of our will among creatures thanks to the heavenly heir who wanted to give his life for each of them, for his reign to come. How glorified and happy we will be when the sovereign queen has her own hierarchy just as we have ours. Much more, since our hierarchy will also be his end. His will be ours. For all that is done in our will is inseparable. If you knew how much this heavenly queen loves souls, faithful image of her Creator, she finds in herself the seas of love, grace, holiness, beauty, and light. She then looks at the creatures and wants to give herself whole with all her seas so that the creatures can have their mother with all her riches. It is a great pain for her to see her children so poor while their mother is so rich. She would like to see them in her seas of love, loving like her their Creator, hidden in her holiness, embellished by her beauty, filled with her grace. But she doesn't see them there. If she were not in a state of glory where suffering has no place, she would die of pain for every creature who does not live in the divine will. Therefore, she prays incessantly. She puts all her seas in her prayers to beg that the divine will be made on earth as in heaven. Our love is so great that by the virtue of our will, it is split into each creature for prepare the interior of his soul. Synchronize it with her maternal heart by hugging her to dispose her to receive the life of the Divine Fiat. Oh! How much she prays in every heart our adorable Majesty, saying, "Hurry up! I can no longer contain my love. I want to see my children live with me in this divine will that forms all my glory, my wealth, my great inheritance. Trust me. I would know how to defend my children and your will, which is also mine." The love of this heavenly Queen and Mother is unsurpassable. Only in heaven will the creatures know how much she loves them, and all that she has done for them. Her most exuberant, greatest, and magnanimous act is to want her children to possess the kingdom of my will as she possesses itself. Oh! What would the heavenly lady not do for this? You too, united with her, pray for such a holy purpose. My flight continues in the divine will. But his surprises are always new, invested with a love who makes our delight end, which leaves overflowing with such joy that one would like to remain hidden in him, without ever leaving him. Oh! Adorable will, how much I would like everyone to know you, to love you and let him reign, and get caught up in your net of love. I thought this when my sweet Jesus visited my little soul and all goodness, he said to me, "Little girl of my will, the surprises, novelties, secrets and attractions of my will are innumerable. The one who wants to enter it in a renewed and magnetized abode to the extent that she no longer wants to leave it. She feels her divine empire and the celestial balm that, by changing her nature, elevates her to a new life. You must know that the divine will grants so much power to the creature that it feels its empire even in its smallest acts. If she loves, she feels the empire of her love. If she speaks, she feels her creative force. If she works, she feels the empire and virtue of her works that surround her and bring this will to each heart to make it reign and dominate in it. Our will feels his own empire in the creature's act and feels compelled to give what the creature wants in this act. If she wants to love, it makes us love in this act and she gets love for us. If she wants our will to reign, it brings us through its own empire to the point of praying that all may receive our will. An act in our will never stops. He tells us, "I am your act. You have to give me what I want." It can be said that he takes control over our power, duplicates it and multiplies it. The creature, though it implores us, does not ask, but takes whatever his act wants. Especially since in our will, We do not want an act to be different from our own actions. Therefore, we allow ourselves to be governed and dominated. Then Jesus remained silent. I am unable to express how I felt. My mind was so magnetized by his words and invested by his empire that I wanted to give my life for everyone to know. And my beloved Jesus resumed. My daughter, there is nothing to be surprised about. Everything I tell you is pure truth. My will is everything and can do anything. Not to put in our own condition the one who lives in our will, this is not of our supreme being. The creature that can at most see us in what is natural. When it lives in our will, recognizes itself as grace, participation, and expression of our love and will. This is how my will wants the creature to be. Therefore, we want her to live in our will so that her actions and ours can be merged, and resonate with a single timbre, a single value, a single love. We cannot and will not resist any of our actions. Moreover, you must know that life in our will is unity. If the creature loves, God is always at the head of his love. Thus, his love and that of the creature are one love. If the creature thinks, God is at the head of his thoughts. If she speaks, God is the source of her words. If she works, God is the first actor operating in her works. If she walks, God leads her steps. Life in my will is nothing but the life of the creature in God and the life of God in it. It is impossible for us to leave our love, power, and deeds outside the soul that lives in our will. If the will is one, everything else is self-evident. Unity of love. Unity of works. Unity of things. That is why the life of our Divine Fiat is the prodigy of the greatest prodigies. A prodigy never seen before and never heard before. We wanted to do this prodigy that only a God can perform in the creature because we could no longer contain the exuberance of our love. But the creature, ungrateful, did not accept. However, we have not changed our will. Although our love has been hindered and repressed, it torments us and we will use such excesses of love, industries, and stratagems that we will get our will to be one with the creature. I feel swept away in the waves of the divine will that want to penetrate deep into my soul. To make themselves known and to make me feel his life, his heavenly joys. The immense goods that the divine will wants to give to all who live in it. My beloved Jesus seems to be waiting impatiently to continue talking about the Divine Fiat. All goodness, he said to me. My blessed daughter, I am so happy when I see that the soul is disposed to listen to me, to receive the great gift brought by my word. I speak only if I see the soul well disposed. In fact, if it is not, my word cannot grant this gift that it itself generates. You should know that. The more the creature seeks my will, the more she wants to know her, to love her, and not let her out of any of her actions. The more my will grows to reach its fullness. All it takes is a little attention, a sigh, the desire to want one's life. Oh! How wonderfully it grows! Until reaching the heights of the divine sphere. Until you know the highest and most intimate secrets. My will is life, and life does not want to stop. She wants to continually grow, and for that she waits. The smallest act. The smallest loving invitation of the creature. It does not want its growth to be forced. But she desires that it be the creature who desires the continual growth and fullness of my will. At the same time as my will, grow in his soul. Divine strength. Holiness, beauty, happiness, knowledge and the fullness of the innumerable goods possessed by my Divine Fiat. So you see everything that can mean an additional act. A sigh. A desire. A call to my will. This means acquire more divine strength. It is to be embellished to such an extent that we ourselves are delighted. We constantly look at her, we recognize in her our strength and goodness, and how much then we love it. We are all the happier that it is for us the bearer of our joys and our possessions. Before this creature our love grows. He overflows and pours out on her at the point to fill it and end. To form in her and around her a labyrinth of impatient love. An ardent desire to increase the fullness of our will. My daughter, there is a big difference between those who are attentive, all eyes and ears, to my will, and those who simply want it, but without any special attention. It seems that these do not have eyes to see it, of heart to love him, nor voice to call him in all things. They may have my will in part, but its fullness is far from them. My Jesus then kept silent, and I remained immersed in the eternal waves of the divine will, so that my poor mind did not know how to get out of it. I wanted to say, Jesus is enough for now. My mind cannot contain everything you want to tell me. My sweet Jesus, placing his hand on my forehead, continued, for, my daughter, continue to listen. See how far a soul that lives in my will can go. My will makes her aware of all our works. Our Supreme Being continually keeps his works in action. For us, the past and the future do not exist. The Heavenly Father continually generates his Son. And between the Father and the Son proceeds the Holy Spirit. Such is life in ourselves, which like the heart and the breath form our life, generating and proceeding continuously. Otherwise, we would miss life. In the same way that life would be missed by the creature, if his heart was not beating and if she did not breathe continuously. In this generation and continual procession, we form immense and great joys, happinesses and satisfactions, that we are unable to contain them within ourselves. They overflow and form the joy and happiness of the whole of heaven. It is of these immense goods produced by the continual generation of the Word and by the procession of the Holy Spirit that came out. The sumptuousness and magnificence of the engine of the whole creation. The creation of man. The conception of the Immaculate Virgin and the descent of the Word on earth. All this and much more is always reproduced in our divine being, as the Father constantly generates his Son and the Holy Spirit proceeds. She who lives in our will is a spectator of these divine wonders. She continually receives the Son generated by the Father, and the Holy Spirit who always proceeds. Oh! How many joys, love and graces she receives! It gives us the glory of this permanent generation. We always generate in our will and it finds the whole creation in action. We grant this creature by right all the goods of creation. She is the first glorifier of all that we have created. She finds in action the conceived Virgin. His seas of love, all his life. Virgo gives him possession of everything. This creature takes everything by glorifying us for the great good we did when we created this celestial creature. She finds in action the descent of the Word, his birth, her crying, his thrilling life and also his sufferings. We give her possession of everything and she takes everything. She glorifies us and loves us for all creatures and for all things. In our will, the creature can say, everything is mine, and God himself and the divine will. Therefore, she feels the duty to glorify us and to love us in everything and in every creature. It is impossible for us not to give to the one who lives in our will what we have done and which we continue to do. Our love would not stand it. He would make us suffer. Especially since we don't lose anything by giving. On the contrary, we feel more glorified and delighted if the creature lives with it. We, aware of all our works and possessing them all, being able to say, all that is ours is yours is our greatest happiness. Disunity never brings any good. Yours and mine break love and produce unhappiness. In our will, there is no such thing as yours and mine. Because everything is in perfect harmony. My flight into the divine will continues. His attractions and charms become more insistent. His desire to live in the soul is such that he borrows sometimes the attitude of prayer, sometimes supplication, sometimes that of the promise, to the point of promising the creature new gifts, more wonderful and unexpected, if she lets him reign. Only ungrateful people could resist so much attention. My mind was invaded by all the supplications and sighs of the Divine Fiat. My sweet Jesus, my dear life, came back to visit me. And as if he wanted to pour out all his love, all goodness, he said to me, "My blessed daughter, if you knew in what labyrinth of love we are placed by those who do not live in our will. I can say that for each of the acts they perform, every word, thought, heartbeat, every breath that we do not see flowing in our will, the life of our will and our love remains repressed. Our will feels so much pain that it bursts into tears. She groans and sighs because she does not find her life, her deeds, her heartbeat, her words and the holiness of our intelligence in the creature. She feels set aside and rejected from within the creature and everything she does. She feels that her love is stifled and her arms are tied, unable to work in the creature. My daughter, what a pain! To be able to give life and not to give it. To be able to speak with human words and be silenced from them because the creature leaves him no place in his words. To be able to love with our love in his heart, and not to find a place to put it. Oh! How much our love remains hindered, almost lifeless, because the creature does not live in our will. Now you must know that when the soul acts in our divine will, God becomes his model and the act becomes the matter necessary to receive the divine model. Therefore, our more than paternal goodness is attentive to see what the soul that lives in our will is doing. If she is about to think, speak, or work, our will seals in her the model of his wisdom, the model of his creative word and the holiness of his works. Our love is as we want to become. The life of his life. The heart of his heart and the love of his love. Our desire for love is such that we want to make it our image. We can only achieve this with the one who lives in our will, because it does not lack the material we need to realize our image. After which Jesus continued, insisting very much, 5. My daughter, our love is so great that we do nothing but give gifts to the creature. The first gift was the whole of creation. Then it was the creation of man. How many donations did he not receive? The gift of intelligence, in which we have placed the model, the image of our most holy Trinity. Sight, hearing, speech are gifts that we have bestowed upon him. Not only did we give him these donations, but we have also undertaken to preserve them by remaining in the act of always giving them to him. Our love is about giving, so that we do not detach ourselves from it. We stay within this gift to keep it and bring it to safety. Oh! How exuberant our love is, how much it binds us everywhere. Our love lets us make these gifts, but it does not leave them at the mercy of the creature, for it would not have the virtue of preserving them. That is why we offer ourselves to preserve them. To love the creature even more, we place ourselves in the act of giving them continuously. What else can I say to you, my daughter? On the great gift we have given to the creature by creating his human will? First, we created the space. Then the sky, the stars, the sun, the air, and the wind, etc. This space was to be used for the creation of all the other works. It would not be a work worthy of our wisdom to create things without having the space to place them. In the same way, by creating the human will, we have created emptiness, space, where to put the great gift of our most holy will that we have given to man. This space was to be used for our active will. We had to put it. The most immense heavens. The brightest suns. Not just one, but one for every act that man would perform. Consequently, if creation were to serve man, this space of the human will was to serve his God and form his delights, leaving him always able to form his throne, his divine chamber. I gave man the gift of forming this space in him in order to have the place where to communicate with him, to be alone with him, in his sweet company. I wanted to have my secret room. My love wanted to tell him many things. But I wanted to have the environment to talk to him about, so that my love could be given completely to man, who would surrender himself completely to God. That is why I desire so much that he lives in my will, because I want to have alone what I have created. I want to have my place, my throne, my divine room. I cannot complete creation until man returns to my divine will and grants me my royal place in his will. We have so many other beautiful things to do, many other things to say in this space of human will. But we can neither say nor do them. Because our will is absent, and because our space is all cluttered, we have no place to put our works. If we want to talk, he will not understand us. He will not even have the means to hear. Therefore, we will perform incredible wonders to regain what is ours, space in our divine chamber. And you, pray and suffer so that I can find what is mine. Do not deny me the space of your human will, so that my love can pour out there and so that I can continue the work of creation. I am in the arms of the divine will. He loves me so much that he doesn't let me leave his arms more than paternal to keep me and raise me as he wants. And if he hears me say I love him, oh how much he rejoices and surrounds me with the seas of his love that repeat to me every moment how much he loves me. And my sweet Jesus, visiting my poor soul and finding me in the arms of his will, said to me all joyfully, my blessed daughter, how much I love to find you always abandoned in his arms. Your destiny is assured, you will be nourished by our own food. We will have the same goods. You must know that the only purpose of creation was exactly this, creation was to serve as man's residence and the man was to serve as our residence. We wanted to form as many of our lives as we were creatures to whom we gave birth. Each of them had to possess our life, a life of action and word because we cannot be without speaking or acting. Otherwise, it would be to form prisons for ourselves. Prisons that would impose silence and uselessness on us. Our Supreme Being speaks and acts. The Word announces the works. And the works manifest who we are by forming beatitudes and joys that make our delights and those of the creatures who live with us. Therefore, every word and work of our works is for us a new joy and a new happiness that we create for ourselves. That is why we want to create in man a life that speaks and acts. We had to create these wonders of our divine being. To create more and more new and wonderful creations. We wanted to show everyone what we can and know how to do. The way to new joy and happiness. And where does all this leave us? In our residence, who is the man? But do you want to know who our word is? This is our will. It is the operator of our works, the narrator of our divine being, the bearer and guardian of our life in the creature. Without it, we do not leave our throne and we do not form any life in any residence. Do you see the great necessity? To possess our divine will and to live in her? With her, we can do anything. Realize our most beautiful works. Maintain the scope of our action. Form the lives of our being as much as we want. Without our will, everything is hindered. Our love, our power, our works, everything is stopped. One could say that we are for creatures a dumb god. What ingratitude! What a crime to silence us! We wanted to honor the creatures with our life in them. Make them residences for our delights and wonders. And they rejected us without granting us the freedom to form this life. Instead, they granted residency to the most horrible passions, sin, and vices. Poor man, without our will, without divine design. It is as if he wants to live without breathing, without a beating heart and without the circulation of blood that are the foundations of human life. What life could he have? Wouldn't it be more like killing yourself on the spot? This would be our life in the creature. No beating heart, no movement, and no speech. A tormented and oppressive life that ends in death. It is true that all creatures exist in our power and immensity. We are in each and everywhere. But without our divine will in them, creatures never hear us speak. They understand nothing of our Supreme Being. If they live in our immensity, it is because nothing can be outside of us. Men do not feel as if they are our sons, but they are to us like strangers. What a pain! Have so much to say, and keep silent. To be able to do so many wonders, and to be unable to accomplish them because our will does not reign in them. And yet our love is such that it does not stop. We do not take our eyes off them to see who wants to live in our will, we listen to who is calling them. We are all love to place our great love on the little love of the creature. As soon as we see that it is disposed, we form our word end. We tell him the story of our will, the long history of our eternal love. How much we love it. How much we sigh after love. You must know that when we love without finding someone who loves us, our love does not know where to turn to be loved in return. He wanders everywhere trembling with impatience and delirium. And if he doesn't find even a little I love you from a creature to rest on, it withdraws into ourselves, into our center of love. But he does so with suffering that a created mind cannot understand. The sufferings of love without return are unspeakable. They surpass all others. We always want to give, we are in a continual act of giving. But we want to find in the creature the will to receive. A desire, a sigh. A small space where we place our will and everything we want to give and do. These desires and sighs are like ears that listen to us, eyes that look at us, hearts that love us, minds that understand us. If we do not find these small spaces, we cannot give anything to the creature that remains blind, deaf, dumb, and heartless. Therefore, our will is driven out. And it returns to the space of our celestial regions. Fully invested in the divine will, I continued only to think of her. I prayed to my dear Jesus to help me and keep me locked in his heart so that I could live there and know nothing but his will. He came back and said to me, "My daughter, all the goods of the creature are related to my will. If she loosens herself from my will, all property is lost. You must know that every time she does her human will, it loses the divine will and all its possessions. It loses all that is beautiful, all that is holy and all that is good. This is an incalculable loss. The poor creature is thrown into the most terrible misery. She loses her rights to everything that is good and she is constantly unhappy. Even if she seems to have possessions, it is only in appearance, they end up torturing her entirely. On the other hand, whenever she decides to do my divine will with firmness, it loses its human will with its miseries and passions. She loses all the evils, the wretched rags and the disgusting clothes that the human will had formed. What a happy loss! Losing evils and miseries is glory and victory. But losing property is cowardice, is dishonor. If it wants, the creature can recover the great loss of my will, a loss it suffered by doing its own will. She will then receive the help of our power, our love, and our own will. By regaining its rights to all property, it will be defended in order to regain the lost battle. My poor spirit is besieged by the divine will. I want to talk so much about his truths that I am simply unable to hold them back because my capacity is too small. I am obliged to say to him, "Stop a little now, Jesus. You want to say too many things and I'm not able to hold them back. I won't be able to say everything, let alone write everything you want." And my sweet Jesus, out of compassion for my smallness and tenderness, said to me, "My daughter of my will, don't worry. Your smallness remains dissolved in my will. You are not the one who must manifest her truths. But it is my will itself that will have the task of telling everything it wants to make known. It will invest your mind. It will be small on your lips and it will make known who it really is. Tu ne per certainement pas le faire toi-même. Mais si tu places ta volonté dans la nôtre. Nous arrangerons tout et. Nous ferons connaître tout ce que nous voulons dire. Tu dois savoir que nous voulons faire du bien auxiliary creatures, ou révéler une vérité, ce qui est le plus grand bien que nous puissions leur faire. Car en parlant nous faisons un don qui mérite d'abord dans le sein de notre divinité. And when we can no longer contain it, because our love wants so much that creatures possess it, to the point to no longer be able to contain our impatience and to long for the desire to see this good transmitted to creatures, then we give it to you. We find ourselves in the painful condition of a poor mother who, at the end of her pregnancy, feels that she would die if she did not give birth to her baby. We can't die. But if we do not give birth to the good to which we want to give birth, our love reaches such excesses that, if the creatures could see it, they would understand how much a God can love and how much they pain him when they do not accept the gift he wants to give them. Therefore, when we find a creature that receives it, we confirm the gift, we celebrate, and we feel victorious because of the good we have given. And our baby, unearthed with so much love and received by a creature, will circulate among all creatures thanks to its generative virtue. It will generate many more births until it fills the whole world. We will have great glory to see heaven and earth filled with our gift and possessions, and to see them possessed by those who want to receive them. We feel everywhere loving voices, the notes of our love that return our repressed love. We could not have given our gift if we had not found at least one creature willing to receive it. Doing good is a passion for us. Giving is the continual folly of our love. When we find a creature that wants to receive it, we find our life and our rest in this gift. We love so much the first creature who is willing to receive our gift, that we place our trust in her and make her our secretary. And she, feeling so loved, is committed to loving us for all other creatures and, oh, what a competition between her and us. You must know that every word is an outpouring of our love for the creature. Thus, every word we have ever said about our divine will is a love that we have spread. Comforted by this effusion, we continued to speak, to form a chain of our outpourings of love. Since what we had kept within us was a repressed love. If you knew everything this outpouring of love means and the goods it produces. This unleashing of our love fills heaven and earth, it invests all things and embalms all suffering. It becomes the day in the night of guilt, converting sinners, ensuring the walk of the one who limps forward in the good, strengthening the vouchers. In short, there is no one good than a word of our outpouring of love cannot do. Therefore, letting ourselves speak is the greatest good that the creature can do. It is a return of love, a gift of divine life to creatures. It is the greatest glory we can receive. Is there one thing one of our words cannot do? She can do anything. It can be said that if a creature is willing to listen to it, it brings our word to life. Since we never talk if we don't find someone who wants to listen. The one who listens to us loves us so much that it is for us as if she wants to give us life among the creatures. Then we put our lives at his disposal. Therefore, listen carefully. Let us spread our love. Because often, when we have no one to express our love to, these effusions are transformed into justice. Jesus kept silent. Who can say what was left in my mind? I don't have the words to say it. Consequently, I stop and surrender myself in the arms of Jesus to rest with him, who loves me so much and wants to be loved in return, who gives himself to me entirely to be loved as he loves me. I continued my round in creation, to follow the acts performed by the divine will and make them my own, in order to be able to love him as he loved me. I walked through the azure vault thinking, this sky serves vault for residents of the earth and of soil for the residents of the sky. Since it serves everyone, everyone has a duty to worship the one who, with so much love, created this celestial vault to give it to us. I then called all the angels, the saints, and all the residents of the earth so that all would do a return of love, worship, glory, and gratitude to our Creator, who loved us so much that he gave us this heaven. In the divine will, I could call them and embrace them all as if they were one to love with me. My sweet Jesus felt loved and touched by so many voices with unspeakable love. He said to me, my daughter, the power of an act performed in my will is so great that it is hard to believe. When you have appealed to all, since you have a free will, worthy of merit, I felt loved by all. When you issued your act, my will brought out of her an infinite love, glory, and bliss that all were invested with. Angels and saints thus feel more glory of happiness and love from God. The earth receives more help and graces, depending on the disposition of the creatures. All acts performed in my will receive this great good. Because my will belongs to all. And everyone has a right to this act. Since it is an act performed by a pilgrim soul, who obtains the merit of every good he does, his merit becomes a common merit and also a common joy, love, and glory. If you knew what it means to be loved more by God in return, the joy and glory that a God can give, oh how much more attentive you would be. Angels and saints, who know it, long after your call for this great good. And when you don't call them, all worried, they say, "She's not calling us today." Therefore, although you are on earth, your merit rises to heaven to give new love and renewed happiness to the heavenly residents. Oh! How I would like everyone to know what it means to live in my will. This knowledge is similar to the appetite that creates the desire to savor food. But without appetite, one feels aversion to this same food and we do not take pleasure in it. This is the knowledge. It is the small door for my gifts, the good I want to do to the creatures, and it is the confirmation of possession. Knowledge generates esteem and appreciation of my truths. Only then do I speak. When I know that my words are loved, listened to and appreciated. Better yet, when I see esteem and love, I feel drawn to my love to manifest other truths. But if I don't see any, I remain silent and I feel the pain of my repressed love. You're not going to do that to me, are you? My flight continues in the Divine Fiat. Oh! That he is happy to hold the creature on his lap and that it is and always operates with him. The creature's company makes him even happier than he already is. Because he finds in her someone who looks at him and loves him, and who would like to resemble him by belonging to him entirely. If he loves, he finds someone who also loves him. If he works, he finds someone who receives his works. If he is offended, he finds someone to defend him and often makes him turn his justice into graces. Therefore, he uses with her all his love ploys. My mind was lost in the divine will. Then my sweet Jesus, visiting my little soul, all love, said to me, "My blessed daughter, the love of my will never stops. He is always looking for new means, new works of love, to the point of enclosing the one who lives in him. In the intimate and hidden places of his secret lovers. Il shows him his intimate creation of love always new, ever growing. In which he guards territories and districts, as in a single breath of love. Il lui dévoile les arcanes et les secrets célestes de notre divinité, lui montrant de nouvelles manières d'atteindre la puissance amoureuse et les prodiges de cette puissance pour celles qui vivent en elle. Pourvu il trouver ces creatures dans sa volonté. Ma volonté prend goût à dire. À cette creature des choses toujours nouvelles. All we faire de nouvelles surprises d'amour. Écoute encore ce que fait ma volonté. It becomes very small in the creature, while remaining immense. She loves and she says, "Ah! The creature loves me as I love him. As nothing but love can enter into us. My will, which becomes small within the creature, changes all that it made in love. Whether she prays, worships, or works, my will transforms everything into love. With the divine power my will carries the acts of the creature into the bosom of our divinity so that they may find a place in our love. We consider these acts as our own, we hear in them eternal prayer. Of our love. Of our adoration. Of our eternal works of love. Oh! How glorified and delighted we are when the creature can say, "My prayer, worship, and deeds are eternal. For they are clothed in your eternal love. It is your divine will that has made them so, and I love you as you love me." This is precisely our folly, our desire for love. We want to act and love in the creature as we act and love in ourselves. But only our will that reigns and operates in the creature can reach such a degree. In fact, if we lower ourselves, it is not to lose our divine being in what is limited, but it is to raise the creature to infinity and give it of ourselves. Sealing his small acts, even his breaths and movements, with our eternal love. That is why the whole creation was nothing but an outpouring of love. We wanted to have the company of our works and the creatures we had given birth to, in order to love us with the same love. My daughter, what a pain not to have been understood by the creatures. Because of this, we cannot receive the good. To tell them who we are. To make it known that we are only love. We want to give love and receive love. Oh! How much I wish everyone knew this. Jesus kept silent, plunged into his flames of love. Then, as if he felt the need to spill again, to ignite the whole world with his love, he added with a sigh. Listen, my daughter, another big surprise on the intensity of our love and the extent of our desire for love. Our Supreme Being loves the creature so much that we even go so far as to initiate it. We make ourselves very small to lock ourselves in her. We want. Walk with your feet. Work with your hands. Talk with your mouth. Look with your eyes. Think with his intelligence, and throb and love in his heart. In order to do everything the creature does and the way it does it, we want. Have feet, hands, mouth, eyes, and heart like the creature. And we ask him as if we were not the absolute owners. We tell him. Amons nous un l'autre. Nous donnen ce qui est de nous et tu nous donnes ce qui est à toi. En fait, notre être suprême, le trace per esprit, est un pas sans pied sans marcher, il est per tout. Il fait tout. Il opère toutes choses sans avoir besoin de mains. Il est parole sans bouche. Il est lumière et peut tout voir sans yeux. Mais comme nous aimons beaucoup la creature, nous aimons l'imiter. C'est un immense stratagème de notre amour que seul un Dieu peut accomplir au lieu de dire à la creature tu dois nous imiter. Tu dois faire ce que nous faisons. Nous lui disons, nous voulons te imiter et te faire comme toi. Car enfin, l'est notre creature, l'œuvre de nos mains créatrices. L'est sortie de nous, de la puissance de notre amour créateur. Il n'est pas étonnant que nous voulions descend into her, imitate her and do what she does in her own way. This is only to honor ourselves and give importance to our works. But we can only do this in the creature where our will reigns. We can then do everything in it. Pour out our love. Imitate each other. Since she is completely willing to do what we want. On the other hand, where our will does not reign, we can say that there is nothing we can do. Now listen to another love surprise that is almost amazing. When the creature gave us freedom to imitate him, to give us life in it. Feet, hands, and mouth we call it our imitation. By letting it enter our divine being. The power of our Fiat gives it its footsteps without feet. By letting it be everywhere. In the angels. In the saints. In the celestial Queen and even in our divine womb. Oh! How happy we are to see that it is no longer surrounded by human nature, but free with us. Working without having hands and speaking without having a mouth and, oh! How many words! With our word, she tells us the long story of our love and our Fiat in action. She feels our eternal wisdom flowing into her, and oh! How much it tells us about our divine being. She still speaks and speaks. And how much we enjoy hearing the creature talk about who we are. Carried away by our own flames of love. She even feels the need to love us without her heart because her heart has its limits. While our love without a heart has no limits, it is immense. That is why the creature gets rid of the heart and loves in our infinite love. Do you see, my daughter? Would it be possible to give love surprises more beautiful than these? Have the pleasure, the taste to imitate him. Do everything she does as a pretext for love. Call him to imitate us and Make him do what we do. The abysses of our love are so numerous. In addition, they are always looking for new love schemes. I can't say how I felt in my mind. The immensity of light which, changing into words, spoke of all the stratagems of love of my Creator. Then my sweet Jesus added, "My daughter, listen again. Notre amour est tel qu'il nous les pas en paix si nous en trouvons de nouvelles inventions d'amour pour aimer et être aimés. Si nous en les faisions pas, nous condamnerions nous mêmes à la Paris. Cela ne peut pas être dans notre être suprême. Parce que nous sommes un acte continuel d'amour brûlant éternel et d'œuvre sans fin. Notre sage tel accomplit toujours de nouvelles choses. Nous enfermons dans l'amour regni notre volonté. Et avec largesse nous diversons notre amour. Nous centralisons. Tout ce que nous avons fait. Tout ce que nous faisons et tout ce que nous ferons, en repetent dans l'âme. Our most beautiful works. The outpouring of our love and the new inventions of our wisdom. So numerous that the creature cannot count them. Oh! How many touching scenes! The creature becomes the theatre of our love, the deposit of our incessant works, the refuge of our delights, our joys, and our happiness, the hidden place of our mysteries and heavenly secrets, the display of all our beauties. Do you know why? So that we can enjoy it together. Since nothing can be missing from our works where our will reigns. The creature surrounds us in his soul. And it lets us do what we do within ourselves. All because we want her to know who we are, what we can do and how we like. And to give him a more certain proof. We give him our love. We let her love as. We love so that she can touch with her hands how a God can love. Then we make her our delight. We make him do what we do at the same time as us. Don't be surprised. This is the nature of the will and true love. Unify with us the creature. Love it and make it love as we love. There must be no disparities. Otherwise, it would make the creature unhappy to see that we love it so much, and it cannot. That we can do so many things and that she can't do anything. Poor child! It would be in our divine being under the weight of deep humiliation. As a stranger, without trust. Like a poor man in front of a rich man. We simply cannot do that. If she is with us, everything that is ours must be hers as well. The life of our Fiat is unity, works and joys in common. That's right. Which makes us happier and gives us a huge field to pour out our love. My flight into the divine will continues. I am amazed at how much she always wants to give. I am small and I cannot enclose in me its immensity. So she waits for me with invincible patience and love. To put in me the truths and graces that she allows me to take. And when she sees that I possess them, she quickly prepares to give me and tell me even more things. Surprising! God's will, how much you love me! How could I ever give it back to you? Alors monde adorable Jesus est venu faire sa petite visite habituelle. Tout bon, il me dit. Bien heureuse fille, c'est notre divinité qui possède par nature le désir de toujours donner. You own your breath and you always breathe, even if you don't want to. We also possess the continual act of always giving. Even if with ingratitude the creature does not take what we give. While staying around us. To praise the perfection, goodness, holiness, and generosity of our Supreme Being. We continue to wait with a patience of which only we are capable. Creatures who could take what others have rejected, as the triumph of our love for the creature. And our love is so great that we adapt to them by giving them little to little. For the little creature cannot take everything we want to give him. But our love must be continual. We would feel failing and running out of breath if we didn't give. Our divine will wants to be the life of the creature. It is the greatest, most exuberant act that only a God can perform. In order to be possessed by the creature, our will gives it its virtue of prayer. She confirms this gift by making all created things pray. It imposes itself on our love, our power, and our goodness and makes us pray our love, our power and our goodness. And all our attributes pray. Even our justice, mercy, and courage pray. No one can miss it. Whenever our will wants to perform an act or make a donation, we all get on our knees to do what it wants. When all have prayed, and even our divine attributes, we confirm the gift. The prayer of this creature becomes universal. Every time she prays, she has such power that all together pray, even our attributes. The creature received with this gift the right over all. What could not be achieved with this gift of prayer? We can say that the heavens are set in motion and that our being himself feels charmed and prisoner, then he surrenders. After the gift of prayer, I continue by giving him the gift of love. In order to confirm her in love, she then loves with a new love. In the sun, in the sky, in the wind and even in our divine being to acquire the right to love and be loved by all with a new continual love. Oh! If you knew what it means to be loved by all with an ever greater love and to have the power to love everything with growing love. And to be able to say to your Creator, your love for me is always greater and always new. Always bigger and always new is my love for you. This love surpasses the heavens. He fills the heavenly homeland and his waves come to pour into our divine womb. Oh! What wonders! All are astonished. They glorify my divine will for such a great gift bestowed upon the creature. And by giving him this gift, we are increasing its capacity so that it can understand the gift she has received, and use it. We can give him the gift. Inseparability. Union with God. So that it gets to the point of feeling our life more than its own. God becomes for her the actor and the spectator, while she remains the bearer of her Creator, living his life, his love, and his power. With this gift, everything becomes his property. She has a right over everything. And when we see that she possesses this gift, we add that of making it triumphant over everything. Triumphant over itself. Triumphant over God. Everything is triumph in her, triumph of grace, holiness, and love. We call her our winner. We let her win everything because that is the gift we gave her. When we give, we want to see the fruits contained in our gift. Consequently, every act she performs in our will, every word, every work, every step, forms so many different harmonies between her and us, each more beautiful than the next. It keeps us constantly on our toes. Our love is so great that we surround him externally with all our works and that we invest it internally, repeating all our acts that have been carriers of life. Life of the Queen and life of the Word on earth. Life that was a continual excess of love and giving life to all. We always give. We are never exhausted. The soul that lives in our will is full daylight of our continual works and of our life that pulsates and repeats our actions that are always in action and that never cease. She is our triumph, our little winner. Our desire for love is exactly that, we want to be won over by the creature. When she wins, our love is liberated and our impatience and desire for love find life and rest in the creature. I was doing my round in creation to trace all the acts of the divine will, to make them my own, kiss them, worship them and place my little I love you in recognition of the love of which the divine will loved me, for what she did for me and for all of us. Oh! How many surprises, how many new things can be understood! How many divine secrets of their Creator contain the created works! My adorable Jesus! Visiting my little soul. Seeing me surprised, he said to me, my daughter, our works are always new and harmonize with their Creator. There is so much harmony between them and us. They always know how to say new things about the one who created them. Especially that they are inseparable from us and that they receive the new contact of our divine being. Therefore, following the deeds of my divine will, You always find new surprises and you understand new things that our works possess. You must know that when we gave birth to the creation of the bosom of our divinity, it was already in us in eternity. By generating it by our fiat, we also established in a sea of love everything the creature was going to have to accomplish. Creation is therefore full of all the things that are to be done, even to the last man. This is invisible to human eyes, but visible and thrilling to us in our will. Our will forms a creation even more beautiful than creation itself. We carry it in our divine lap, although it occupies the whole atmosphere. Also, from their birth, we give creatures, through our creative hands, what they must accomplish. As the principle of each of their actions, we put as the foundation of the life of our fiat and our love as food. For we do not do or give anything if our will is not the principal end. If love is not food, for it would not be worthy of our supreme greatness to offer works who bear neither our life nor possess the food that is our love. The whole creation, which we had in our divine bosom from eternity, to which our love, eager to blossom, decided to give birth, was begotten with all acts that human generations would have to accomplish. Our divine fiat contain in him the creation and human acts. So he put himself in the expectation to give birth to the creature, to administer to him the acts that belonged to him. Is this not an exuberant love that only a God could have? That is to say, to give, to form the acts and then to give birth to the creature to do them. And by doing these acts, the creature will form holiness, love, and glory, for itself and for the one who created it. But that's not all. Our love never stops. When this birth came, at the same time we generated a dose of our power. Pour soutenir la creature dans ses actes. Pour les armor et les équiper un puissance divine. Nous avons également fourni une portion de notre sages, qui devait animer son intelligence et tous ses actes. Ainsi, si les creatures déchantent de nouvelles sciences, inventions ou découvertes, qui paraissent invraisemblables. Elles sont douces en notre sage dont elles est investi. Nous lui administrons aussi un dos d'amour, de sainteté, de bonté, de tous nos attributs etc. The creature did not yet exist and we were already taking care of it. Man. From this birth, we wait to see her possess our power, wisdom, love, holiness, and goodness. We put them at his disposal to make it as beautiful as we could. In order to be able to tell him, you look like us in everything, we couldn't have made you more beautiful. The fact to give birth to our divine qualities and all the acts that man was going to have to perform, before giving him life, is for us the sign of an intense love that is incredible. In our delirium of love, we said, "Oh man, how much I love you! I love you in my power. I love you in my wisdom, in my love and in my holiness. I love you in my goodness and even in the acts you will perform. I love you so much that I have put them all on hold for you. Our divine will, to whom we have entrusted everything. Our divine attributes as well as your own deeds that will be yours is in the act of offering them to you all. As an outpouring of his love for you. But it wasn't enough yet for our love which, if it could be which can't, would make us unhappy. You must know that our Supreme Being by nature possesses an ever new act. Therefore these acts, established for each creature, will be new and distinct from each other. Distinct in their holiness. Always new in their beauty, some more beautiful than the others. New in their love. New in their power. New in their goodness. These acts are formed and nurtured by us. So they have all our varied characteristics. In holiness, in love, and in beauty, each different from the other. They will be ordained as we are. They will be the model of our various beauties. The fruitfulness of our love. The harmony of our wisdom. But, even if in creation all our works are beautiful, the sky is not the sun. The wind is not the sea. Flowers are not fruits. However, while being distinct from each other, they are all beautiful and they form the harmony of countless beauties, like acts and creatures. You must know that these acts performed in my will form an army. New beauties. A new holiness. A new love. Just watching them delights us. We therefore look forward to the coming of the creatures which, by possessing our will, will be equipped with this army and will possess these acts. You see how certain it is that the kingdom of my will be established on earth, since its deeds already exist. Like a noble army they will be freed from my will, to let oneself be possessed by creatures. My daughter, creation springs from my fiat. All that is in my will must come back to me as a work worthy of our power. We will be fully glorified when we recognize ourselves in the creature and in his deeds. We can give everything and she can receive everything, provided that our will reigns in her. Otherwise, forming an enormous distance between her and us, we cannot give her anything. But it's not over yet, my daughter. For, having taken the firm decision to give the kingdom of our will to creatures, we want them to know the goods he owns and how far can the acts performed in him go. For, if they do not know its benefits, our children will all be blind, deaf, and dumb, unable to speak of their Creator. And, at the same time, they will not be able to love or appreciate what they possess. Indeed, in our will, all have clear sight, fine hearing, and speech animated by the creative force. They will thus have a great ease of speech, will be inexhaustible in their words, to the point of dazzling more than one. Even heaven will gladly lower itself to listen to them. The children of my will be the joy of all and the true narrators of their Creator. And, only then will we find who knows how to speak of us. For it will be our will that will speak in them, which is the one and only one who can speak of our supreme entity. So, keep listening to me. When the creature possesses our will, all his deeds, big and small, human and spiritual, will be animated by my will, will rise between heaven and earth, invest and intertwine together the sky, the sun, the stars, the whole creation. They will rise even higher. They will invest all the acts of the Queen of Heaven, and will identify with them. These acts will have the power to invest the acts of our divinity, of our joys and beatitude, as well as the deeds of all the saints. And when they have locked all things in themselves, without leaving anything outside, creatures will present their deeds before our Divine Majesty, to offer them to us as complete acts to which nothing is missing. Oh! What joy, what glory for us, to find in these acts the sky, the sun, all the acts of the Queen of Heaven, the love with which she loved us, our own acts, our joys and our incessant love. These acts performed in our will redouble for us the glory of creation. They redouble the glory and love we have received from the Sovereign Queen. They redouble our glory and the glory of all the saints. Suffice it to say that our will has entered into these acts so that everything is said and everything is included. Wherever our will reigns, it unleashes love and glory. It brings all things together in itself. Besides, she has a right over all things since everything belongs to her. Now, these acts made in our will form in the soul wonders untold. Tags. Our Divine Fiat uses them to create in her seas of love. Do not have murmuring seas, but talking seas. They speak of our love so eloquently that, delighted, we want to listen to them all the time. The voices of this creature touch us. His words are stingers. She always has something to tell us about the story of our love. We like it so much that we always listen to it carefully. We don't want to miss anything about our love. How beautiful it is to hear the creature who possesses our sea speaking of love, who always speaks of our love. And my will, possessing the creature that lives in her, does so only as it pleases. It forms works that speak of our works, steps that speak of our ways. Our will is the word. So wherever she reigns, she gives voice to everything the creature does to make him a divine prodigy. In fine, there is nothing greater, more holy, more beautiful, and which glorifies us the most, than to live in our will. There is no greater good that we can give to the creature. Also, be attentive and follow me, if you don't want to stop my speech. 1. I am at the mercy of the divine will. I feel her worries, her love agitations of the fact that she wants to make herself known. And not to be feared, but to be loved, possessed. So that one may identify with her, so that one may say to the creature, let us live together, so you will do what I do. My love inspires me the need to live heart to heart, even with one heart with you. Please do not deny me your company. I know you are missing a lot of things to be able to live with me. But, don't worry, I'll take care of everything. I will clothe you in my royal garments of light, I will arm your arm with my power. I will offer you all my love by making flow, in your most intimate fibers, the life and love of my will. You just have to want it and it's already done. Surprised, I began to pray that he would give me the grace to live by divine will. Because I was afraid of myself. Coming to pay me his little customary visit, with his great goodness, my sweet Jesus said to me, little girl of my will, why be afraid in my will? Fear does not exist. There is only love, courage, and firmness to the highest degree. And, once its decision is made, the creature does not come out of it. So much so that, she who lives in her, does not pray, she orders. She is the owner. So she can take what she wants. We put everything at her disposal because everything in her is sacred and holy. Living in our will, she will neither want nor order us what we want. Then his orders amuse us, make us joyful, to the point of saying to him, take, do you want anything else? The more you take, the happier you make us. When the creature wants our will, his actions are messengers between heaven and earth. They go up and down continuously. They become sometimes messengers of peace, love, sometimes of glory. Sometimes they even command our divine righteousness to stop, taking upon them all our fury. How good can these messengers do? As soon as we see them coming before our throne, we recognize ourselves in these acts. These, disguised by the human veils of the acts of the creatures, hide our will. But it is still our will. And delighted, we say, what an art of love she possesses! It hides in the acts of creatures so as not to be recognized. But we still recognize it. Since it is ourselves who love, we let her do whatever she wants. We call these acts our deeds. We recognize them as such. Even if the creature participated in it by lending its acts as clothes to cover them. It is the support on which my divine will can rely, and rejoice to develop its life. To accomplish incredible wonders. While hiding in the creature, covering itself with its human appearance. Especially since his Fiat is at the origin of the entire creation and all creatures. Who live, grow, and are preserved in him. The Fiat is the actor and spectator of all their acts and, after having accomplished their lives in its Fiat, they will fly to heaven in an act willed by his will. Also, everything belongs to him, he has all the rights and nothing and no one can escape him. The one who lives in him, knows him, is aware of everything he does. The cheerful with his company, forms his joy and a confirmation of what he wants to do in her. Whereas, the one who does not live in him, does not know him. Se retrouve isoli et. It forms his continual suffering. After which he added with unspeakable tenderness of love, my blessed daughter, how beautiful it is to live in my will. The creature that does this always makes us celebrate. She knows nothing but my will and everything becomes for her God's will. Suffering is divine will. Joy is divine will. His heartbeat, his breathing, and his movements, everything becomes divine will. His steps and works are the steps of my will as well as the sanctity of the works of my Fiat. The food she takes, her sleep, the most natural things become for her God's will. In all that she sees, feels, and touches. It sees, feels, and touches the pulsating life of my will. My will always keeps her so busy and invested in herself that, jealous, she does not allow anything else, not even in the air, not to be divine will. For the creature everything is our will, and so is it for us. We feel the creature in the whole of our divine being, in the heart and in the movement. We cannot and will not do anything without the creature that lives in our will. Our love is such that we make it flow in all our works. She participates with us in the maintenance of our act of creation and preservation. She is with us, doing what we do, wanting what we want. And we can't put it aside because the will we possess is a-1 love. -1 the act we perform. This is what life is in our will. Always living together. Be one and the same. This was the need of our love. Have the company of the creature. Find in her our delights. Keep it in our lap to be happy together. And since the creature is small, we want to give him our will. In order to be able to give him our life, our act, and our modes in each of his acts. They are ours by nature, his not grace. This is our joy and our greatest glory. Do you believe that it is little to give our being in order to that a creature, too small to be able to contain it, can give it back to us with itself, and that we, in return, can give ourselves again? It is a continual reciprocal gift, which brings out so much love and glory, that we feel paid back for giving him life. Therefore, everything that the creature does without allowing our will to enter east, a heartbreak that we feel, a right that we feel deprived of, a joy that we lose. Therefore, be attentive so that everything in you is only divine will. Moreover, for every act that the creature performs in our divine will, we redouble our love for her. When this love invests him, he transmits to him our holiness, our goodness, and our wisdom. As a result, it receives twice as much holiness, goodness, and knowledge about his Creator. Since we love him with double love, in turn she loves us with twice the love, holiness, and goodness. Our love is operative. He starts from our Supreme Being in order to love the creature doubly. He grants him the grace to be able to love us with ever-increasing love. It is impossible for us to add anything to an act made so great in our will. For it can be said that these acts delight our love and holiness. They form the way for her to know who we are and how much we love him. 1. The divine will continues to invest me. I feel in me his movement that speaks to me so eloquently. If he did not perform a miracle to make himself understood, I would be unable to repeat what he says. It adapts to my abilities. Because when he speaks, his word being creative, he wants to create the good it contains, and if I could not understand it, I could not appropriate this good and even less give it to others as property of the Supreme Fiat. I said to myself, how is it that his movement is speech? And my sweet Jesus visited my poor soul and, all love, he said to me, blessed daughter of the divine will, know that where my will reigns with its creative power, its movement is its word. She speaks in the works, in the footsteps, in the mind and in the breath. My will wants to establish his kingdom. Thus she speaks in order to create her divine life in each of the creature's acts. Therefore, the greatest attention is needed to hear where she wants to start her teaching. By the power of his word, his will invests the human act, breathing, heartbeat, the thought and the human word to form in them his divine work. Breathing, heartbeat, thought and divine word. These acts rise to heaven and present themselves before the most Holy Trinity. Our divinity looks at them, and what do we find? We find ourselves, our life and even our most Holy Trinity reproduced in these acts. We look at the prodigy of our will that has overwhelmed the creature with its power by making it the repetition of our life. Oh! How happy and delighted we are because we find in it the holiness that resembles us, our love that loves us, the intelligence that understands us, our power and goodness. which make us love humanity by the bonds of our sweetness. We recognize ourselves in it and we find the work of creation as we want it to be. Only one of these acts contains so many wonders that they do not find enough room to put themselves, however great their splendor is. It is only in our immensity that they find the space to remain merged with our actions. What will not be our glory and that of the creature, since his deeds, by virtue of our fiat, have their place among the acts of his Creator? Oh! If all knew what it means. Live in our divine will. Let her reign. They would compete with each other for. Be invested in it and become the repeaters of the divine life. My beloved Jesus kept silent. I remained immersed in the sea of the divine will, as if stunned. My God, how far can she who lives in your will reach? And a host of thoughts, like so many voices, spoke to me to tell me, but I am unable to repeat it. I may be when I am in the heavenly homeland and possess its language. And my greatest good, Jesus, continued. My daughter, don't be surprised. Everything is possible in my will. True love, when perfect, begins with oneself. The true model is the most Holy Trinity. Heavenly Father loved himself. In his love, he generated his Son. He loved himself in his Son. I, his Son, loved myself in the Father. From this love proceeded the Holy Spirit. Through this love of self the Heavenly Father generated one love, a single power, a single holiness, etc. He established the inseparable union of the three divine persons. When we created creation, we loved ourselves. We loved ourselves by extending the sky and creating the sun. It was the love we had for ourselves that drove us to create so many wonderful things worthy of us and inseparable from us. When we created man, love for ourselves has become more intense. As we loved each other in him, our love reproduced our life and our image in the depths of his soul. You can only give what you have. Our love being perfect. By loving ourselves, we could not separate ourselves from what came out of us. Our will, wanting the creature to live in it in order to form our kingdom, loves herself. Loving herself in this way, she wants to give what she has. Our will is only happy when it forms the repetition of our life and when it acts in the acts of the creature. It is then that, triumphant and victorious, and avec la plus haute gloire etle plus grand honneur pour nous, she brings them into our divine womb, so that we may recognize our life in the actions of the creature who lives in our will. This is the meaning of loving herself in all that she wants to do and produce. To give oneself in order to form another being similar to oneself, God. Our will is the fertilizer and sower of our life. When she finds willing souls, she loves herself. She fertilizes them with her love. She sows in these souls her divine acts which, together, form the great prodigy of divine life in the creature. Therefore, surrender yourself completely in my will. Let her do with you whatever she wants. And we will be happy, you and us. I was doing my round in the acts of the divine will. I stopped at the conception of the Blessed Virgin to offer to God the power and love that the divine persons had put into the conception of the Heavenly Lady, in order to get their kingdom to come to earth. My sweet Jesus surprised me and said to me, "My daughter, when this Blessed Virgin was conceived, our feast with humanity began again. In fact, from the first moment of her conception, she inherited our divine will, which immediately began her intense divine work in her beautiful soul. In every breath, heartbeat, and thought, our will formed by its creative power enchanting wonders of holiness, beauty, and grace. To the point that we ourselves who were actors and spectators at the same time as our divine will remain delighted. In our surge of love, we said, 'How beautiful is the creature with our will! It gives us the opportunity to create our most beautiful works and it gives life to our life in it.' Our love was jubilant, was celebrating, because our divine heiress, the heiress of our will and our own life, had been born. Our will was actively operating in her. Thus she was all and exclusively ours. We felt in her our breathing, our pulsations, our love that burns and loves continuously, our movements in His. Our beauty shines through. When she moved her pupils, in the gestures of His little hands, in the sweet enchantment of His delightful voice, she kept us so busy that we could not look away from her. If only for a short moment. It was indeed ours, all ours. She was totally ours, and our will was already hers, by right. We recognized in this holy creature our divine heiress, and by possessing our will, she already possessed all things. The Blessed Virgin had her own humanity in which she united the entire human family, as members connected to the body. Seeing in her the whole of humanity. To her conception, out of love for her, we gave the first kiss of peace to all humanity to make her the heiress of our divine heiress. With the exception of a few ungrateful creatures who would not want to receive it. You now understand why it is certain that the reign of our will be established on earth. Because there is already the one who inherited it. As this creature belongs to the human race, all creatures have acquired the right to possess it. This heavenly sovereign, as a witness to her love, gave herself in our creative hands as a pledge, so that all could receive the kingdom. This pledge possessed the life of our will. Thus he had infinite value, she could therefore commit herself to all. What a sweet and dear pledge represented this holy creature in our hands. She made her life and her deeds flow in our divine will. Thus it formed divine coins. To be able to pay us for those who were going to inherit our divine fiat. It was then that my humanity came, united to the eternal Word. With my life, my sufferings, and my death, I paid a sufficient price to redeem our divine will and to give it to creatures as inheritance. One act, one breath, one movement in my will contains a value capable of buying heaven and earth, all that one can desire. Therefore, may my will, and only my will, be your life and your whole. I plunged more and more into the divine will. What delightful strength he possesses! His sweetness, his attractions, and are so charming that one would not want to lose a single breath emanating from him. My sweet Jesus added. My daughter, the wonders of my will are unheard of. Her power is such that, as soon as the creature operates in her, she assembles what she has done before. And she restores to each of her actions, the merit, the good, her power, as if she were performing it in the present moment. It enriches him with such graces and beauties that heaven is enchanted. Then she invests all the saints, like a heavenly dew, distributing to them the new glory and bliss contained in the acts of the creature in my will. This dew pours out on all traveling souls, that they may feel his power and grace in their actions. How many souls burned by passions, sin, unhealthy pleasures, feeling the freshness of this divine dew return in the good. A single act in my will invades heaven and earth. If my will cannot find souls willing to receive such a good, it begins to seek and watches for the circumstances, opportunities, and disillusions of life, ready to invest them, perfume them, and give them the good it possesses. Actions in my will are never lazy. They are filled with divine light, love, holiness, and sweetness. They feel the need to give light to those who live in darkness, to give love to those who are cold, to give holiness to those who live in sin, to give sweetness to those who are in bitterness. These acts are the true children of my divine fiat, and they never stop. They continue their course, for centuries even if necessary, to give the good they possess. And since they are driven by the power of my fiat, they can say, we can do anything because a divine will has given us life. My poor spirit continues to cross the sea of the divine will. It seems to me that he always wants to tell me new things about what he can and wants to do in the creature in which he reigns. Since my sweet Jesus is very happy to speak of his will, as soon as he sees a creature willing to listen to his story, he makes himself the narrator to make it known and loved. As he made his little visit to me again, he said to me, my daughter, if I wanted to always tell you about my fiat, I would always have new things to tell you because its history is eternal, it never ends. Either on what he himself is or what he can do in the creature. You must know that only one act of my will in the creature contains so much of power, grace, love, and holiness that if my will did not operate a prodigy, the creature would not be able to contain it. For it is an infinite act, and what is limited cannot embrace everything. Listen to how far my love goes. When the creature disposes and calls my will in its act, my divine will operates. In operation, she calls infinity's sound, his eternal life end. Its power which imposes itself above all. Its immensity which calls and embraces all and all things. No one can be set aside in their operation. Then, when it has enclosed everything in itself, my will forms its work. You see what an act is in my will. An act. Infinite. Eternal. Armed with divine power. Huge. So no one can say, I wasn't there in that act. These acts cannot be without producing a great divine glory for our Supreme Majesty as well. That an immense good for creatures. These acts performed with the creature operate as God operates. Uniting God and the creature, God who gives, the creature who receives. These acts are like pretexts for our love and tell us. The creature gave us a place in his act. It has given us the freedom to do what we want. Thus, our love imposes itself on us for make us give what we are and to honor ourselves as well as our own operating will. Our love reaches such pretexts and impatience of love that he would like us to never stop giving. Placing in front of us our infinite immensity, our power that can do everything, our wisdom which disposes of all things. These acts are divine. So they are capable to form the passport for other creatures and to let them enter the kingdom of our will. They will give a child to our kingdom so that the more acts performed in one of our wills, the more our kingdom will be populated. All the good will overflow upon those who were the first to give life to my will in their actions. You must know that the first passports were formed by me and by my Heavenly Mother for the first children of my will. These passports bear my signature, written with my blood and with the sufferings of the Most Holy Virgin. On all other passports is affixed my signature, otherwise they would not be recognized. Therefore, the creature that lives in my will possesses my life as a principle, my love as a heartbeat, my works and my steps as a dowry, my will itself as a word. I myself am in her. Oh! How much I love him, and I feel loved with my own love. And the soul feels such great joy and satisfaction because it can to love me no longer with his little love, but with my eternal love. Kiss me with my works. Running after me with my steps, she feels that I am her life. She finds everything in me, and I in her. So my daughter, be careful if you want to be happy and make me happy too. After which I felt a little sore and coughed loudly. I asked every coughing fit that the divine will come and reign on earth. And my sweet Jesus, all tenderness, hugged me tightly and said to me, my daughter, I knew you would ask for my will with every coughing fit. My heart was touched by it, overflowing with love. It seemed to me to receive, in your cough, my immensity which enveloped me and asked for my will. My power and my infinitude that made everyone ask the kingdom of my will, to the point that I myself was obliged to say, my will, come and reign. Don't wait any longer. I feel such violence that I do and simply say what the creature does and says. I want you to ask for my will. In your sufferings. In the food you take. In the water you drink. In the work you do. In your sleep. I want you to engage your breath and heartbeat to ask for my will to come and reign. In this way, everything will be an opportunity to ask for my will. Even the sun that fills your eyes. The wind blowing over you. The sky above your head. Everything will be an opportunity for you to ask that my will reign among the creatures. By doing this, you will place in my hands many pledges. The first of which will be your whole being. So you won't even make a move. without asking that my will be known and desired by all. I felt my poor mind invaded by many of the truths that Jesus made me write about the divine will. I thought to myself, who knows when these truths about the divine fiat will come to light, and the good they will produce. My sweet Jesus then surprised me with his little visit and, all goodness and tenderness, he said to me, "My daughter, I also feel the need in love to make you see the order that these truths will have and the good that they will produce. These truths about my divine will form the day of my fiat in the midst of creatures. This day will rise as they come to know them. As soon as the creatures begin to know the first truths that I have manifested to you, there will be a resplendent dawn. Provided that the creatures have the good will and are ready to make it their life. However, these truths will at the same time have virtue to arrange the creatures and to enlighten the so many blind people who do not know them, nor do they like them. Once the dawn has risen, creatures will feel invested with a heavenly peace and strengthened in the good. They will sigh after other truths, which will form the beginning of the day of my divine will. This beginning of the day will increase light and love. All things will contribute to the good of these creatures. Passions will lose the power to cause them to fall into sin. It can be said that they will feel the first order of the divine good that will facilitate their actions. They will feel a force that will allow them to do everything, since its primary virtue is exactly that. Inject into the soul a transformation of its nature into the good. Thus, feeling the great good of the beginning of this day, they will look forward to the day moving forward. They will then know more truths that will form the fullness of the day. They will feel distinctly in this full daylight the life of my will in them, his joy and happiness, its creative and operative virtue. They will feel the possession of my life even as they become carriers of my divine will. The full day will provoke in them such a great desire to know more truths which, when they are known, will form the full afternoon. The creature will then never feel alone again. There will never again be a separation between her and my will. What my will do, the creature will do too, operating together. Everything will be rightfully his heaven, earth, and God himself. So you see what noble, divine, and precious purpose these truths about my divine will, which I have made you write, to form his day. For some, they will form the aurora. For others, the beginning of the day. For others still the fullness of the day and, finally, the full afternoon. These truths will form, according to their knowledge, the different categories of souls who will live in my will. One more acquaintance, or one less, will make them rise or remain in the different categories. Knowledge will be the hand that will elevate them to the highest categories. It will be the very life of the fullness of my will in them. I can affirm that with these truths, I have formed the day for anyone who wants to live in my divine will. A celestial day, greater than creation itself, not sun or stars. Because every truth has the virtue of creating our life in the creature. Oh man, how much this surpasses the whole creation! By manifesting so many truths about my divine will, our love surpassed all things. Our glory, on the part of the creatures, will be complete. Because they will possess our life to glorify and love us. Regarding the emergence of these truths, I had the power and love to help the creature to whom I had to manifest them. In the same way, I will have power and love to invest the creatures and to transform them into these truths themselves. Suddenly, by feeling life, creatures will feel the great need to externalize what they will feel in them. Don't worry. Being able to do all things, I will do everything and take care of everything. Then I continued to follow the acts of the divine will that contained all works, all love, all prayers and sufferings, the thrilling life, the breaths and everything the Queen of Heaven did, as if she were doing everything. And I held these acts against me. I kissed them. I loved them and I offered them to obtain the coming of the kingdom of the divine will on earth. My sweet Jesus then added, my blessed daughter, the one who lives in my will can enter where she wants and she can give me everything. Even my heavenly mother, as if she were hers. His love for me. Everything I did. She can even reproduce my life, and give it to me to love me, as if it were hers. You need to know. I formed the day of the creature by manifesting to you many truths about my divine will. Thus the ruler of heaven formed the endowment for the creatures who will live in my divine will. By his love, his sufferings, his prayers, and his deeds, which fulfilled in my divine will, filled heaven and earth, she sighs and longs to be able to endow her children with them. It is flooded with a great number of riches of grace, love, and holiness. But she cannot find her children to endow them with them because they do not live in the will where she lived. Look, my daughter, as it is written in all that she has done and suffered. Pour mes enfants. Par consequent. S'ilma, elle appelle ses enfants pour recevoir la dotation de son amour. Afin de nous les faire reconnaître comme ses enfants et nos enfants également. Pour que nous les aimions comme nous l'aimons. S'il prie, elle veut donner la dotation de sa prière. En somme, elle veut les doter. De sa sainteté. De ses souffrances et de la vie même de son fils. It's moving to see her keep her children in her motherly heart as in a sanctuary, and call them in all his actions and in his breath, saying to our Supreme Being, all that I am and possess is for my children. Please listen to me, my heart is bursting with love. Have mercy on a mother who loves and wants to give a dowry to his children so that they are happy. My bliss is not complete, because they do not enjoy what I possess. So, make sure that the divine will is quickly known, that they may see the suffering of their mother who wants to grant them a dowry so that they may be holy and happy. Do you believe that we can remain indifferent to the face of, to this moving show, to his burning love and to her maternal tenderness, with whom, evoking her rights as a mother, she prays to us and conjures us? Ah! No! How many times, in front of his attentions, I manifest other surprising truths about my Fiat, so that she may form a greater dowry for her children, since it will be given to them according to their knowledge. You too, between years my divine will and pray, beg with this heavenly mother, that our will be known and reign in all creatures. The divine will continues to flood me with its light and releases a power that forms wonders in the acts of the creature to the point that it remains delighted. It really shows the creative power, which encloses everything and all things in the small human act. O power and love of the divine will, how unsurpassable you are! Your power conquers all things, your love is incredible. My adorable Jesus wants us to understand the incredible wonders that his divine Fiat can do in the creature. He said to me, daughter of my will, the flames of my love are such that I suffocate. And to be able to release my love that makes me burn and tremble with impatience, I come back to tell you what my will can do in the creature. For my will to reign, one must know who she is, the extent of his love, what power it possesses and what she can do. Now listen. When the creature gives him the freedom to operate, it calls for its immensity and power and it encloses all and all things in this act. Our divinity receives in this act the love of every creature. In this act we hear the voices and beats of all hearts that tell us, we love you. We love you. Our will gives us the worship that is due to their Creator. By every creature and everything. It animates all things and we hear in this very act. The sun, the sky, and the stars. The whole creation. Who tells us, we love you, we adore you, we glorify you. Therefore, we receive everything from our will that operates in the creature. Our love for each creature is paid back and our glory is complete. Our will can give us everything, even through the act of the creature. Also, carried away by her love for the one who lets her act, she said to him, I give you everything, my daughter. I will place you before our Supreme Majesty as the one who loved us for all creatures, who has given us glory and adoration for all, which made us love even by the sun, the sky, the whole harmonized creation and all the things created said to each other, love, love for our Creator. Therefore, I give you credit for all things, everything is yours. My will knows and wants to operate only if it can lock everything up and do everything. I was surprised and I thought, is it possible? Is all this possible? And my Jesus added, my daughter, don't be surprised. A single act in my will is greater than heaven and earth. Its immensity has no limits, its power is infinite. She holds everything in her hand. It operates with an infinite love that can give love to everything. After loving everyone, oh, how much love he still has left. Our love is perfect. First, we love ourselves. We ensure our interests, our glory, and our love. Then we descend into the creatures, loving them with our own love. Glorifying ourselves with our works. Who doesn't think of themselves first? Consequently, that our will operates in ourselves or in creatures, they must first give us, by right, what is due to us and which suits us, for each and every one. Then the creatures will receive, each according to its dispositions. After which I continued to be flooded by the waves of the divine will. Waves of light, charged with truths and love. Wanting to make known his wonders, his power, and what he wants to give to the creature. I followed his acts of creation to make them my own and to be able to say, what belongs to Jesus is mine too. My adorable Jesus came back and added, daughter of my will, when the creature returns to our works to contemplate them, love them, and make them his own. Our love makes us run towards it. To welcome her and renew our works for her alone, as if we were in the act of repeating them. We centralize in it all our love as well as our power, our joys, the stratagems and follies of love that we felt while making the whole creation. In our excess of love, we look at it and find the sky and the love we felt as we extended its azure vault. Then we look at it again and we find the variety of stars. When she gives everyone her voice to make her say, I love you, I love you, I love you. These voices of the I love you form the most beautiful celestial music. This sweet sound intoxicates us. And in our drunkenness, we say to him, girl, how beautiful you are. You give us infinite joys. Even when we have created all things, we have not received melodies and joys like these. For there was missing a creature which, united with our will, would make our works say, I love you, I love you, I love you. At the sight of such a display of love, we renew the creation of sun, wind, sea, and air. Centralizing in it all the love and divine harmony that we felt in creating all these elements. Oh! What joy for us, and what return of love it gives us. Looking at it, we find a sun that burns with love for us. A wind that blows and groans with love, that forms mysterious voices of love to surround us and tell us, you have loved me and I love you. It's love you've given me and it's love I'm giving you. And it forms impetuous waves in its sea. To the point of giving us an air of love for every breath of the creature. We continually feel touched and defective in love. A soul that lives in our will is everything to us. It keeps us busy. She still loves us, but with our own love. Every time she performs her actions in our fiat, we renew the works of creation. For fun. We love her and we make her love us. We use each act she performs as material to renew our various created works. And our love is not satisfied, however. He wants to add more. Then it is created. New prodigies of grace and our life itself in the beloved creature. We really like to operate alone. As if we were doing all things for her alone. It makes us rise up to us who love him very much, more love, esteem and appreciation. Thus, to the extent that she unites with us, we renew her works. If it unites in the works of creation, we renew our works of creation. If it unites with our works of redemption, we renew the works of redemption. Thus, I repeat the records of my birth. And looking at it, I find my birth in her, as well as the love I was born for. While she loves me with the same love with which I came to earth. Do you think it is little for me to find my own love? Who made me born, cry, suffer, walk and work. With her, alone by one, I repeat my life here on earth. My divine will makes her love me with the same love with which I loved her when I was on earth to live my redemptive life. Therefore, life in my divine will is everything to the creature and everything to us. I followed the deeds of the divine will in his works and I said to myself, what would be greater glory for God, to follow the acts of creation or those of redemption? Jesus came back to tell me, my daughter, I like both very much. But there is a difference. In the works of creation, the creature finds our majesty in celebration, which creates many things with the main reason for serving our reigning will in creation. All the things created were to serve as a repository for his return of love, adoration, and glory to us. All created things speak of our love for creatures. And the creature, through them, had to love their Creator. You must know that each of your I love you, that you hide in the sun, in the sky and in other created things, is for us a jewel. We love them, we kiss them, we hug them and they make our delight. We feel glorified and paid back for everything we have done. Do you believe that we remain indifferent to the many I love you with whom you have clothed creation? Not at all. We look at them, one by one, as our jewels. They give us the glory we had during creation. Therefore, let our feast continue. If these I love you can only be seen by ourselves, it is because our will, immense also in creation, eclipses by his light your I love you by keeping them jealously hidden in his womb. It is like the sun whose light and heat are greater and more intense than all the precious effects contained in it. They cannot be seen, but it is certain that the sun possesses these effects. In fact, if its light touches the flower, it gives it the color. Painant comme un artiste la variété des buts et des couleurs pour former le doux enchantement des générations humaines. If its light touches plants and fruits, it gives them the variety of sweets and tastes. This shows how the sun is not only light and heat, but also hides other goods in its bosom of light. So it is with the creature that lives in our will. When she loves and adores, she trains the beauty of his rainbow of love in his works, the variety of joys and sweetness of her good deeds that she jealously hides in her womb. My will is the hiding place for love and for all that the creature accomplishes in it, thus forming the most beautiful ornament of our divine works and the sweet enchantment of our eyes. And we are so happy that we show it to the whole heavenly court for them to rejoice with us. Therefore, the creature can only give us more joy than by following our acts of creation. For it thus unites with our design. It joins our love. We feel his kisses that mingle with ours in the same and unique love. What joy, what happiness to have with us the creature who loves us and who does everything we want to do. In the redemption, the purpose is different. It is the guilty man we are looking for. In creation, everything was festive, our works smiled at us with joy, love, and glory. On the contrary, in the redemption, sufferings, bitterness, tears, remedies to restore man. But the creature, entering into our will, can invest all my suffering, bitterness, and crying with his tender and compassionate I love you and hide in them his jewel. Thus, in embracing these jewels, I am not only comforted, supported, and accompanied by the one who lives in my will, but in the jewels of his I love you I will also find the one that dries my tears, the one who shares my sufferings, the one who defends me. Therefore, I always want you in my will. So, whether in celebration or suffering, I will always keep you with me. My poor spirit continues to swim in the sea of the divine will. His surprises are so great, so numerous. His impatience to see his life in the creature is such that it is impossible for me to repeat everything. My beloved Jesus, visiting my soul, said to me with unspeakable love, my blessed daughter, it is a great feast for me to speak of my will. Heaven unites with me in this celebration. As everyone sees me talking about my will, they pay attention and they listen. Speaking of my divine will is the greatest feast I can give to the entire heavenly court. My will makes you stand up. Love operating in souls on earth and beatific love in heaven. When there is no love, I don't even move. I don't go there and don't know what to do with the creature either. But the love that my will brings forth is immense. Ilny apadalu o utsela ki vit dans ma volant ne put pas se trouver tout investi et presque surchargé de monde amour. Elle abienta notre mime destiny. Amer per tu et en tout lu. Amer tu et te jures. Nous sentence chuel nous amé dans le cœur de tu. Son amour court per tu. She loves us. In the sun, in the heavens. In the flickering of the stars. In the whispers of the wind and the sea. In the race of the fish, in the song of the birds. We feel that she also loves us in the hearts of angels and saints. And even in our divine bosom. Everyone says, "Welcome. Oh! How much we were waiting for you. Come and occupy your place of honor. Come and worship in us our Creator." My jealous will holds her tight against her. To flood him with an ever new love and for her makes her, for her alone, songs and hymns of love, sweet enchantments of love, wounds of love. She seems to be saying, I found someone who loves me and I want to enjoy it. I won't be happy if she didn't tell me always and everywhere. I love you, I love you. The soul that lives in our will be our triumph, our victory. The deposit of our love, our continual glory. My love feels the need for the company of this creature to pour into it and receive its love. That is why I want to breathe with her, throb and operate with her. This union can produce the most wonderful joys, the most indelible satisfactions, the greatest works, the most intense love. My will give so much love to this creature that lives in it that it will be possible for it to flood the whole creation. My will extend a new heaven of love over all human generations to feel embraced and loved by the love of this creature that was given by my will itself, everywhere, in all places. And this creature, embracing and loving my will say, O Supreme Will, come and reign on earth. Invest all generations. Conquer and win everything. Don't you see how beautiful it is to live in my will? To have your love in his power, which possesses so much power and virtue that no one can resist it. When this love has invested everything, the love of a creature who lived in our fiat and who carries with it the bond of the human family, we will let ourselves be overcome. We will remove all obstacles. And we will have our kingdom on the face of the earth. Therefore, pray and let everything serve to ask me. May my will come to reign on earth as in heaven. I continued to be flooded in the divine fiat that poured out light and love upon me. Light, to make oneself known, love, to be loved. And my sweet Jesus came back to add, my daughter, how beautiful it is to live in my will. We cannot be without this creature. We always think to make him new surprises, to give him something new, to tell her new things so that she can get to know our fiat better. According to his knowledge, we can enlarge the sea of our love in it. Knowledge is the little bell that, when it rings, calls our power, our holiness, our kindness and our love, with a very soft sound, to lock them in the creature that lives in my will, to make us operate incredible wonders. You must know that when we find our will in the creature, we feel beatified, and we love watching it so much. To enjoy it even more, we look at his mind. To generate their design, birth and growth of our intelligence, we look at his mouth. To conceive our word and make it grow, so that she will speak of our Supreme Being with such eloquence and grace that she will be loved by all who will have the happiness to listen to her. We look at his will. To revive and grow our will to a new life. We look at his heart. To conceive our own love. His harmonies, his stratagems. To make us win and to make it always reborn in our love. We look at his feet. To design and grow our works and our steps. We could do all this in one faith. But we don't do it in order to spend more time with her, to enjoy it longer. Our love is such that we want to form our own creative hands, our very life in the creature. Everything we are, we want to give it to him. Our love is not satisfied if we do not repeat our life in it. Nous ned couvrons le materia adaptable ksi nous trouvons en el notre volonté qui a prépare, purifie et embellit le terrain pour nous. En formant notre vie, nous chantons victoire et gloire à notre être divin. Et que fait-elle? She gives us the nourishment to be nourished and grow in her. She gives us water for our thirst. It gives us his being to clothe us, his soul as a room, his heart as a bed for us to rest, and all his deeds in order to be amused and surrounded by our own heavenly joys. Who can tell you, my daughter, all that we can do and give to the creature who lives in our will? We give everything and all things, and she gives us everything. My poor spirit swims in the sea of the divine will. I feel it breathing, throbbing, and circulating, better than the blood in the veins of my soul. He said to me, I am here, inside and outside of you more than your own life. I run in every one of your actions. I make everything easy for you with my love, and I make you happy. At the same time, he showed me all the sorrows I suffered, clothed in light. By keeping them tight against his heart as so many conquests of his will, I was still concerned. My always adorable Jesus visited me and said to me, my little daughter of my divine will, know that all the sufferings that my most holy humanity has endured on earth, every tear I shed, every drop of my blood, every step and each movement, and even my breathing, have been and still are invested by a single voice with which they speak and shout continuously. We want the kingdom of the divine will to reign and dominate among creatures. We want our divine rights to be placed in force. And they pray, they speak, and they groan around our supreme throne, without ever stopping, that the will of heaven and earth may be one. The creature that unites to my sufferings, to my heartbeat, to my breaths, to my steps and my works. Pray, speak, and groan with all that I have done and suffered on earth. There is no good that does not come from my sufferings. From my sufferings, united with those of the creature, arises the greatest good. My sufferings serve as a deposit, as a dwelling place for his. Together they form one prayer, one voice, one will. Better yet, my sufferings carry the sufferings of the creature and all that it does before our Majesty, so that it may obtain to do what I did. The sufferings of the creature kidnap my sufferings on earth. To include all creatures in my sufferings and in his, to dispose all creatures to receive the life of my divine will. The union with me, of these sufferings with my sufferings, produces the great prodigy of my life in the creature. A life that operates, speaks, and suffers as if I were on earth again. Thus, I animate the whole being of the creature with the power of my actions. My life flows even in the most mundane things. 2. That all may be mine, animated by my creative power, and may she give me the love and glory of my own life. Do you believe that my will has not taken into account all that you have suffered? Of course it is. My will preserves in its bosom of light all your sufferings, big or small, all your sighs of distress and all your privations. She even used it as material for to be able to conceive, give birth to and develop one's life. She was able to grow through each of your sufferings that was nourished by her holiness, filled with the ardor of her love, and embellished by her unattainable beauty. My daughter, how much you have to thank me for all that I have disposed for you, and for all that I have made you suffer. Everything has served to form my life in you as well as the triumph of my will. What happiness for the creature to see that his sufferings served my life, so holy. And the outcome will be to possess my divine will. Do you believe that it is little that the Creator shows his need for the creature? He who is omnipotent and gives life to all things? Isn't this the greatest excess of our love? Jesus remained silent. I kept thinking about what he had just told me. I saw all my sufferings aligned within me. They spread rays of light. Transformed into the sufferings of Jesus, they formed the divine support and protection of creatures. By their voice and his continual sighs, they asked that the divine will come to reign. Jesus continued. My good daughter, our love is such that everywhere and in any place, even in the smallest blade of grass, in the air that the creature breathes, in the water she drinks, even under her footsteps when she walks on the ground, we send our voices, our cries of love, I love you, I love you, I love you. Notre amour est inconsolable tant. Tu ilnest pas entendu et. Tu ilne recoit pas en retour leget amade à la creature. Du coup, dans notre délire amoureux, nous disons. Ah! No one listens to us, no one repeats I love you for us. What is the point of saying I love you if no one gives it back to us? To whom do we say it we? To the air, to the wind, to the space. Our I love you does not know where to go, or where to lean. If he does not find the I love you of the creature who receives it to exchange it with his own, that his love may find refuge in ours so immense, to take support and grow evermore. When the creature hears our I love you and sends it back to us, in our excess of love and soothed by his love, we say. Finally, they listen to us. Our love has found where to go, a place of refuge. We have been recognized. We found someone who said, I love you. Then our love is celebrating. But when we can't find someone who says I love you, then we can't find someone who recognizes us, who listens to us, someone who loves us. How hard it is to love and not to be loved. How much I would like everyone to know that with my love, I support them. I hug them. I love them and I make them breathe. I love them and I make their hearts beat. I love them and I give them the floor. I love them and I give them the walk. I love them and I give them movement, thought, food, water. All they are and all they receive is the effect of my overflowing love. Isn't it then a horrible ingratitude not to love? It is to make our love a martyr. Because we have loved and we are not loved. After which I said to myself, but how can the creature know that our Lord tells and repeats to him his continual I love you so that he can give him his own in return? My sweet Jesus added. My daughter. Yet it is easy to know. If the creature possesses my will as his own life, it endows her with her hearing and her divine word. So she hears when her Creator says to her I love you and she in turn answers I love you. In addition, as soon as she perceives that she will receive it, hers goes to meet the divine I love you, as if wanting to compete with her God. My will gives everything to the one who lives in her. His arms to kiss him. His steps to run after him, and our divine nature being all love. We need to love, so much so that if they wanted to stop us, they would suffocate us. It would be as if we were taking the breath away from our divine life. Because in us love, it is breathing. Movement in our own will, and not loving us is impossible. Only she knows to put order between the creature and the Creator. Keep her continually aware of our love and holiness. By putting her in communication with our Supreme Being, I feel His life in me overflowing with love. She pours out seas of love by saying to every heart, please look at me, know me, and receive me in your heart. Let me rule. I come in charge of all my possessions to live with you. But, alas, I am not recognized. And even, they reject me. And since I am not known, my laws of love do not apply to them. My possessions remain in me and it is not possible for me to give them to my children. I then followed the deeds of the divine will. Arrival at the azure vault studded with stars. I called with me the residents of heaven and the residents of earth. So that together we may pay back, with our little love, the love of God who with so much love had created the expanse of heaven. To cover us and hide in His love. All, without exception, have the duty to love the one who loved us so much. I did this when my great good, Jesus, visiting my little soul. All love, he said to me. My blessed daughter. If only you knew with what love I was waiting. Let you call them all. That you feel in your act the return of love for all. As soon as you start calling, I ring the little bell of the residents of heaven and earth. I keep ringing only when I see that all have rushed into your act. The first are the heavenly residents who, living in my will, cannot and do not want to be set aside. They feel the unifying divine will that unites them to this act. Better yet, they look forward to my call so that they can return my love. As the one who calls them is a creature of the earth who possesses his own will. They feel that they can give me through her a new love. Oh! How they rejoice at the sound of my little bell and fly to place themselves in this act of the creature who wants to love me. As for the residents of the earth, they happen to hardly hear the vibration of my bell because not all of them live in my will. When I see them all gathered together in this act, our divinity places himself, all attentive, in a loving expectation. Oh! How beautiful it is to hear in this act the innumerable voices that tell us, we love you, we love you. We recognize you in your works. How much you loved us. For all this, we give you back your love. Our Supreme Being, touched by all these voices, pours out even more seas of love, covering and putting them on with so much joy and happiness. May all remain delighted and enjoy one more paradise, thanks to this creature. The one who lives in our will, gives us the field for new works and makes our love spring forth more strongly. Unable to contain it, we pour out new seas of love to love the creature and be loved. Oh! How much we love it! You must know that the most urgent need of our Supreme Being is the company of the creature. We do not want to be the isolated God, nor do we want to keep the creature away from us. Isolation has never produced great works or happiness. The company gives birth to the property and brings out the most beautiful works. That's why we created so many things, to have the opportunity to have your company for so many things created. We are still in the act of doing what we did once. And the one who lives in our will always accompanies us. It receives our creative act and we receive the glory and return of created love. Therefore, we keep him company. In the celestial spheres. In the shining sun. In the wind that blows. In the air that everyone breathes. In the murmur of the sea. Everywhere and everywhere she follows us, she defends us and returns love to us. It cannot live without us without loving us. And we cannot be without it. Jealous, we keep her tight against our divine womb. Then he added, the company of the creature is so dear to us that we are having a good time. We make important decisions. For our glory and the good of human generations we accomplish our purposes with her. In his company, our love is reborn to a new life and invents new love ploys and new surprises. To enchant creatures and push them to love us evermore. Without his company, in whom could we pour out? On whom could we form our designs? Where could we place our ever-reborn love? Without the company of the creature, our possessions would be depressed. Unable to give life to what we want to do out of love for creatures. You then see how much his company is needed. To our love. To our works. To the fulfillment of our will. Today, swimming in the divine will, my poor mind found itself facing the conception of the Queen of Heaven. Oh! What wonders! What surprises! You just can't describe them all. And I thought to myself, what else can be said about the Immaculate Conception after all that has already been said? My adorable Jesus surprised me, and while celebrating, as if he wanted to celebrate the conception of the Heavenly Queen, he said to me, my blessed daughter? Oh! How much more I have to tell you about the conception of this heavenly creature. This is a life we were creating, not a work. There is a big difference between a work and a life. Moreover, it was a life both divine and human, in which there was to be a perfect harmony of holiness, love, and power. that no other life could match. The wonders we accomplished in creating this life were such that we had to perform the greatest of wonders, a chain of miracles, so that this life could contain all the good we deposited in it. This holy creature, conceived without original sin, felt the life of her Creator. His operative will, which did nothing less than to raise new seas of love. Oh! How much she loved us! She could feel us inside and outside of herself. Oh! As she ran to be everywhere and in every place where the life of her Creator was. It would have been for her the hardest and cruelest martyr to be unable to be everywhere with us, to love us. Our will gave him wings. Our life, while remaining in it, was everywhere. To be loved and to enjoy the one whom she loved so much and who loved her in return. Now listen to another surprise. As soon as she was conceived, she began her race, and we loved her with infinite love. Not to love him would have been for us also the greatest of martyrs. She was running outside in search of our life that she already possessed within herself. For a good is never complete if it is not owned inside and outside. It remained conceived in the sky and in the celestial spheres, whose stars formed her crown, praising her and proclaiming her as their queen. And she acquired queen's rights over all celestial spheres. Our immensity awaited him in the sun. And she ran and was conceived in the sun, which, becoming a tiara for his adorable head, clothed her in her light and praised her as queen of light. Our immensity and our power were also waiting for her in the wind, in the air, in the sea, and she was running and running, without ever stopping. Thus, it remained conceived in the wind, in the air and in the sea. By acquiring the queen's rights over all things, the sovereign lady makes her power, her love, and her motherhood flow in the sky, in the sun, in the wind, in the sea, and even in the air that everyone breathes. It was designed everywhere, in every place and in every creature. Wherever our power was, she raised her throne to love us and everyone. This was the greatest miracle performed by our almighty love. Multiply it in all things and in all created beings, so that we can find it everywhere and in everyone. The heavenly Queen is like the sun. Even if someone does not want the sunlight, this light still imposes itself and says, "Whether you like me or not, I have to keep my race going. I must give you the light." But if someone could hide from sunlight, no one can hide from the sovereign lady. Otherwise, it could not be called Universal Queen and Mother of all things and all things. And we don't know how to speak words without producing facts. Can you thus see the extent of our power and love in the conception of this holy creature? We have raised her to such a degree of height and glory that she can say, "Where my Creator is, I am also to love him. He has clothed me with such power and glory that I am sovereign over everything. It's all up to me." My reign extends everywhere to such an extent that by being conceived in everything, I continue to conceive in myself the sun, the wind, the sea, everything. I have everything in myself, even my Creator. I am sovereign and owner of everything. Such is my inaccessible height, my glory that no one can match, and my great honor. With my love, I embrace all. I love everything and I belong to everything. I am the mother of my Creator. I felt immersed in the divine will. It seemed to me that as I did my deeds in the Fiat in the midst of its waves of light, this light became stronger and focused more and more on me. I felt a growing need to love and breathe it more than my own life. Without her, I felt like I lacked air, warmth, and heart, but going back to do my deeds in the divine will, I felt that the divine breath, warmth, and heartbeat returned to delight my poor existence. It is therefore for me a vital need to live in the divine will. My sweet Jesus then came back to visit my little soul and, "All goodness," he said to me. "My blessed daughter. Just as nature forms its day in human life during which all the acts of life are performed, in the same way my divine will forms its day in the depths of the creature that lives in my will. When the creature begins to form his actions in it, to call him as his own life, she begins her day by forming a very bright dress in the depths of her soul. This dawn reunites his power, renewing in the creature the power of the Father, the wisdom of the Son, the virtue and love of the Holy Spirit. She thus begins her day with the most Holy Trinity, who descends into the smallest acts and the most secret places of the creature in order to live with it and do everything it does. This dawn makes the darkness of the soul flee so that everything becomes light in it. It places itself as a sentinel so that all the acts of the creature can receive the light of the divine will. This dawn is God's first rest in the chamber of the soul. It is the beginning of the eternal day, in which the life of the Supreme Being begins with the creature. My will is not going away. She cannot and does not know how to be without the adorable Trinity. It can only move forward, always carrying with her, in an irresistible way, the adorable Trinity, forming the divine chamber, where divine persons can find their beloved creature. Wherever it reigns, my will has the power to centralize everything, even our divine life. How beautiful is the beginning of the day of the one who lives in our Fiat! He is the enchantment of the whole of heaven. If the heavenly court could be subject to envy, it would envy the one who has the happiness to possess in her soul, while still living in time, the beginning of the eternal day. The precious day when God begins to live his life in the company of the creature. As soon as the creature begins the second act in the divine will, the sun of my eternal will rises. The fullness of its light is such that it invests the whole earth, visiting all hearts, bringing the hello of light and the new joys of the whole court. Heavenly. This light overflows of love, adoration, gratitude, glory, and blessing. But to whom does all this belong? To the creature who, with his act in my will, makes the sun rise that shines on all, so that all may find the one who loved God for them, the one who worshipped him, thanked him, blessed and glorified him. Everyone finds in it the thing they were supposed to do for God. It compensates for everyone. An act in my will must contain all things. He has the power and ability to compensate for all and do good to all. Otherwise, it could not be said that it is an act done in my will. These acts are filled with incredible wonders, worthy of our creative work. When it comes to its third act in our will, the full afternoon of our eternal sun is formed in the creature. Do you know what she gives us with this full afternoon? She prepares a banquet for us. And do you know what she gives us as food? The love we have given him, our divine qualities. Everything bears the mark of our beauty and our pure and chaste perfumes. We like it so much that we eat to satiety, even if something were to be missing from our condition. As the creature is in our will, it is the owner of all our goods. She then takes from our treasure what she needs and prepares for us the most magnificent banquet, worthy of our supreme majesty. And we invite all the angels and all the saints to take their seats at this heavenly banquet, so they can take and eat with us the love we have received from the creature who lives in our will. After sharing this banquet, the other acts that the creature performs in our will serve for some to train for us celestial melodies, love songs, the most delightful scenes. Others repeat our works which are always in action. In short, it always keeps us on our toes. And when she has given effect to all her deeds in our will, we give her. Let us give rest and rest with her. After rest, we start another day of work, and so on. True loyalty is to live in our will. Often, when this loyal girl sees that his brothers and sisters are about to be struck by the punishments deserved for their sins, does not end his day, but prays and suffers, to implore graces for their souls as well as for their bodies. The life of the one who lives in my divine will is a new joy and glory for heaven, help and graces for the earth. I am in the grip of the divine will. He only pours out of himself seas of light and love. But he doesn't seem satisfied until he sees his life of light and the little love coming out of the creature. Meet, kiss, and love each other with the same love. Oh! How much he rejoices! And in his excess of love, he says, "The life of my will is inside and outside the creature. I own it. It is all mine." And I thought, does the little love of the creature disappear into the immense sea of divine love. My adorable Jesus, returning to visit my little soul as if flooded with its flames of love, said to me, "Daughter of my will, everything the creature does while keeping my will as a principle is life, no matter how small, contains a divine life. Therefore, in the infinite sea of my will and love, we can see a large number of small lives of love and light swimming and floating, having taken their place in our sea. Oh! How much we feel paid back, because it is a life of love that she gave us in her little love, and a life of light that she gave us by doing her deeds. Because they were trained in the life center of our Fiat that owns real life. Therefore it is lives that come out of him. My Fiat generates them and first trains them in itself. Then he gives them birth from his divine womb. Thus, each I love you possesses the life of love, every worship possesses the life of divine adoration, each virtue exercised has each in turn the life of divine goodness, wisdom, strength, power, holiness. As these are small lives that have received the life of our life, they cannot remain alone. That is why they run to pursue their small lives inside our infinite seas. Oh! How much they love us! They may be small, but we know that the creature can only give us small things because the big things, the immensities, are ours. The creature wouldn't even know where to put them if we gave them to him. He must therefore take refuge in us. And we, seeing it in our seas, feel paid back by this love we want from the creature. Seeing me incredulous about what Jesus had just told me, Jesus added, "Do you want to see him to convince you of what I am telling you?" Jesus then made me see its endless seas investing heaven and earth, and the little love of the creature, and all the rest accomplished in his divine will. Like a large number of small but beautiful lives that swam in these seas. Some remained on the surface to fix their gaze on their Creator. Others ran into his arms to hug him or to kiss him, another dived into the sea. In short, they had thousands of caresses and loving stratagems for the one from whom they had received life. The Supreme Being looked at them, but with a love that made him call the whole heavenly court to celebrate with him by saying, "Look at them, how beautiful they are! These lives formed by the deeds of the creature and by my will are my glory, my triumph, my smile. They are the echo of my love, my harmony, and my happiness." I could see all these lives. In the sun, in the stars, in the air, in the wind and in the sea. Every I love you was a life of love, who ran to take his place of honor in the divine seas. What an enchantment! So many beauties! So many unspeakable surprises! I was speechless, and I didn't know what to say. And Jesus? Have you seen, my daughter, how many rare beauties of life my will is capable of doing? Her love and jealousy are so great that she keeps them in her own sea. But that's not all, my daughter. I want to tell you another surprise. For the creature who lives in my will, one I love you does not wait for the other. With the life of love contained in these prodigious I love you, they follow each other and run to take their place in our infinite sea. They compete with each other. It runs faster. This other wants to take the lead. This one wants to be the first to throw himself into our arms. Another jumps in the head to snuggle up in our divine womb. Life cannot stand still. These little lives, no matter how small, have a breath, a beating heart, a step, and a voice. She looks at us with all their eyes. They breathe love and give us love. They are thrilling with love. They have our steps since we are moving, and we walk because we love. Their voices are always about love, and they love us so much, that they always want to hear our eternal love story. These little lives never die, they are eternal with us. The I love you, the deeds in my will populate heaven. These little lives are spreading everywhere. In the whole creation. In the saints and in the angels. How many of them surround the Queen? They want to take place everywhere. To the point of descending into the hearts of creatures on earth, saying to each other, "How can our Creator be in human hearts without our little life of love? Ah! No, no. We are small. We can enter into them and love our Creator for them. These little lives are the enchantment of the whole sky. They are the greatest wonders of our Supreme Being. Those who in truth pay us back for our eternal love. Their love follies are so unusual that by looking at them, we know who our daughters are. Lives formed and created by our divine will. How do I express my surprise? Jesus resumed. Don't be surprised. Even my life here on earth did nothing but emanate my life. My footsteps are still on earth looking for creatures, they never stop. All centuries will have the life of my steps. My mouth is still speaking because each of my words contained a life that still speaks. Only those who do not want to listen cannot hear my voice. My tears are filled with life and always in the act of flowing. On the sinner to touch him, bring him to repentance and convert him, as well as on the just and the good souls to beautify them and conquer their hearts to love me. Every suffering, every drop of my blood is a distinct life that contains and forms a force for the sufferings of all creatures, and a bath for all their sins. These are the wonders of my will. When she reigns with her creative virtue over every act, even the most insignificant, my will creates life to make us love. You must be convinced that with such great love, it is not possible that we are not loved. Therefore, our will, which thinks of everything and knows how to do everything, creates many lives from the acts of the creature that lives in it. It compensates for our love and makes less vivid our impatience of love and our eternal delirium of love. Therefore, always live in our will. Love continuously and you will be the enchantment of all heaven, our perpetual feast. And we will be yours. We will celebrate each other. My poor mind was caught up in the great wonders and wonders that the divine will can perform when he reigns in the creature. And I thought to myself, what a happy destiny to live in the divine will. There can be no greater happiness, whether in heaven or on earth. But how can he ever reign on earth if evils and sins abound so horribly? Only a divine power, with one of its greatest wonders, could achieve this, otherwise the kingdom of the divine will reign in heaven, but not on earth. I was thinking this when my sweet Jesus, my sweet life, visited my poor soul and said to me with unspeakable goodness, "My brave daughter, it has been decreed in the consistory of the most Holy Trinity that my divine will have its kingdom on earth. We will perform as many wonders as we need to. We will stop at nothing to get what we want. But always, we use the simplest means, and yet the more powerful, to subjugate heaven, earth, and all creatures in the act we want. You must know that in creation it took only our omnipotent breath to breathe life into man. But how many wonders in this breath! We created the soul with the three powers, the true image of our adorable Trinity. With this soul, man had heart, breathing, blood circulation, movement, heat, speech, sight. What did it take to achieve all these wonders in man? The simplest of our actions, armed with our power. Our breath and the flow of our love which, unable to contain itself any longer, ran towards him, to the point of making him the greatest prodigy of the work of the whole creation. But, my daughter, since man has not lived in our divine will, these three powers have been obscured and our adorable image has remained distorted in him. So that he has lost the first heartbeat of God's love in his heart, and the divine breath in his human breath. Or rather, he didn't actually lose it, he just stopped feeling it. He no longer feels the circulation of divine life, the movement of the good, the warmth of supreme love, the word of God in his own, the view that allows him to look at his Creator. Everything has been obscured, weakened, sometimes even distorted. What does it take to restore this man? We will breathe new life into it with a stronger and ever-growing love. We will blow into the depth of his soul. We will blow more forcefully into the center of his rebellious will, with a force capable of shaking off the evils in which he is imprisoned. These passions will be crushed and terrified before the power of our breath. They will feel burned by our divine fire. The human will feel the pulsating life of its Creator. And she will hide it like a veil, so that man will return to the bearer of his Creator. Oh! How happy we will be! We will restore man and heal him with our breath. We will be like a very tender mother who has a crippled child and who by her breath and whispers pours out over her child. She will not stop blowing on him until she has healed and embellished him, as she wanted him to be. The power of our breath will not leave it. We will only stop blowing when we see him return to our paternal arms. We want him to be beautiful, like us. Only then will we feel that our child has recognized our paternal goodness, and how much we love him. Then you see what it takes for our will to come and reign on earth. The power of our omnipotent breath. It is with him that we will renew our life in man. All the truths I have manifested to you. The great wonders of life in my will be the most beautiful and largest properties that I will give him as a gift. This too is a sure sign that his kingdom will come to earth, because when I speak, I start by doing facts. And then I speak. My word is the confirmation of this gift and the wonders I want to accomplish. Why reveal my divine properties and make them known if his kingdom were not to come to earth? Now I come back to the topic of December 18th, about the acts performed in the divine will and how they change into life. I then thought to myself, in the divine order, what will happen to all the good works that have not come out of the divine will and therefore cannot have life, since they lack the seed of this life? And my sweet Jesus, always kind, said to me, "My daughter, it is not surprising that every act of the creature, even a small I love you performed in my will and possessing by nature its creative life, reaches maturity in the center of his divine life. These acts naturally acquire life again. All that is done in my will is regenerated in our eternal love, and acquires the long generation of many divine lives that belong exclusively to us. Good works that are not accomplished in our will can be like beautiful ornaments within our creative works. Some may be more beautiful than others, but they never have life. Even in the order of creation, there are lives and there are ornaments. Flowers are not lives, and they form a beautiful ornament to the earth although it is not permanent. Fruits are not lives, but they serve to nourish man and make him taste many sweets although they are not durable, and man cannot always taste them when he wants. If fruits and flowers were lives, man could still enjoy them. The sun, the sky, the stars, the wind, and the sea are not lives, but as they are our works, what good do they not do? They serve as magnificent and first residence to the man. What are men's houses compared to the great residence we have made of the whole universe? There is an azure vault dotted with gold that never tarnishes. There is a sun that never goes out. There is the air that, breathed, gives life. There is the wind that purifies and refreshes, and much more. It was necessary for our love to make a mixture of works and lives because they were to serve. To make the delights of man. To serve as decorum and decent residence. For the one we had created with so much love. As we had created more than enough works. Man was to enjoy our works and live in our divine will. In order to form many lives of love and glory for the one who loved him so much. But the difference between works and life is great. Life does not die, while works are subject to many changes. If they are not just and holy. Instead of forming our ornament, they form our dishonor and their own confusion. Perhaps even their condemnation. 1. I followed the acts of the divine will and my poor spirit stopped in the act of the descent of the divine word on earth. My God! So many wonders, so many surprises of love, power, divine wisdom. They are so large that we do not know where to start to talk about them. And my beloved Jesus, as if flooded in his sea of love that forms its waves, surprised me by saying, 2. My blessed daughter. In my descent into the earth the wonders, the ardor of our love, were so great and so numerous that neither angels nor creatures can understand all that our divinity has done in the mystery of my incarnation. You must know that our Supreme Being by nature possesses his incessant movement. If this movement could stop, even for a moment, which cannot be, everything would be paralyzed and lifeless. Because everything, life, the preservation of all that exists in heaven and on earth, everything, depends on this movement. Therefore, by descending from heaven to earth, I, the Word and Son of the Father, have come out of our first movement. I mean, by staying there, I left. The Father and the Holy Spirit descended with me. They were participants. I have never performed a single act, except with them, and they remained, however, on the throne full of majesty, in the heavenly regions. When I left, my immensity, my love, and my power descended with me. My love, which is incredible and is not satisfied if it does not form, from my life, a life for every creature that exists, did not only that, but also formed my life everywhere and in every place, multiplying it, keeping my immensity in its power. My love fills her with many of my lives, that each one may have for himself a life coming from me, and that the divinity may receive the glory and honor of a divine life. For as many things and creatures that we have unearthed, our love paid us back for the work of creation. And by forming many of our lives, we were not only paid back, but it even gave us even more than we had done. Our divinity was under the spell. He felt a sweet enchantment, seeing the tricks and stratagems of our love, seeing so many of our lives spread. Since our love used our own immensity as a circle to place them there. Therefore, while my life was the center, my immensity, my power was the circumference in which these countless lives were deposited. These lives were available to all and all things to love us and be loved. I was surprised to hear this, and my sweet Jesus, without giving me time, immediately added, "My daughter, don't be surprised. When we operate, our works are complete, so no one can ever say, 'He didn't do that for me. His life is not all mine.' L'amour ne peut pas naître lorsque les choses ne sont pas notre et are not in our power. And isn't that also what the Son does, this work created by us, by becoming light for the eyes to the point of filling them entirely with light, and at the same time being light full and whole for the working hand, for the step that walks? In this way, everyone created things like creatures can say, 'The Sun is mine.' While the center of the Sun is in the heights of the atmosphere, its light leaves and dwells. With his circle of light, he invests the earth and becomes light for all. Even for the small flower and the tiny blade of grass. The Sun is not life. He has light, and it is light that he gives with the goods contained in this light. Our divinity is life, the author and the life of all things. Therefore, descending from heaven to earth, I had to do complete acts and more than the Sun. Unfold my life. Multiply it in many lives. That heaven, earth, and all things may possess my life. Otherwise, it would not have been a work worthy of our wisdom and infinite love. Jesus kept silent, and I continued to think about the birth of the little child Jesus. And he added, "Little daughter of my will, the feast of my birth was the feast, the beginning of the feast of my divine will." As the angels sang, "Glory to God in the highest heavens, and peace on earth to men of good will." All the angels and all creation entered into celebration and celebrating my birth. They celebrated the feast of my divine will. In fact, with my birth, our divinity received true glory in the highest heavens, and men will experience true peace when they recognize my will. By giving him the reign and allowing him to reign. Only then will they feel the good of my will, and they will feel the divine force. Only then will heaven and earth sing together. Glory to God in the highest heavens and peace on earth to men who will possess the divine will. All will be in abundance in these men, and they will possess true peace. I continued to think about the birth of the little King Jesus. And I said to him, "Beautiful little child, tell me, what did you do when you saw the great human ingratitude towards your great love?" And Jesus said, "My daughter, if I had taken into account human ingratitude towards my great love, I would have returned to heaven. But then I would have saddened and filled with bitterness my love and turned the party into mourning. Would you then like to know what I do in my greatest works in order to make them even more beautiful? With the greatest display of my love, I put everything aside. Human ingratitude, sins, the miseries, the weaknesses. I give free rein to my greatest works as if all these things did not exist. If I had wanted to pay attention to man's evils, I could not have accomplished great works, nor put all my love into action. I would have been shackled, suffocated in my own love. On the contrary, in order to be free in my works and make them as beautiful as possible, I put all this aside and, if necessary, I cover everything with my love, so that I see nothing but my love and my will. I am moving forward with my greatest works. I accomplish them as if no one had offended me. For our glory, nothing can be missing from our decorum, from the beauty and greatness of our works. That's why I would like you not to worry either. Your weaknesses, your ailments and of your difficulties. In fact, the more the creature thinks about these things, the weaker it feels and the more the poor creature feels overwhelmed by evil, while her miseries press her with ever more force. Thinking about weakness feeds weakness and the poor creature falls even lower. Evil becomes stronger and miseries reduce it to starvation. But if she doesn't think about it, they disappear on their own. God is completely the opposite. One good nourishes another. An act of love calls for more love. An abandonment in my divine will makes him feel a new divine life in itself. Consequently, thinking about the good forms food and strength to do more good. That's why I want you to think only to love me and to live in my will. My love will burn all your miseries and all your evils, and my divine will become your life, using your miseries as the basis on which to elevate his throne. I then continued to think of the little newborn Jesus. And, oh, how it broke my heart to see him crying, sobbing, moaning, and trembling with cold. I wanted to place one of my I love you for every suffering and every tear of the divine child, to warm him and calm his tears. My Jesus added, my daughter, I can feel the one who lives in my will in my tears and in my vagaries. I feel it flowing in my sobs and in the trembling of my little limbs. By virtue of my will which she possesses, she changes, crying in smiles, and sobs in heavenly joys. With her love songs, she warms me up, and she turns suffering into kisses and hugs. Better yet, know that the one who lives in my will receives the continual grafts of all that my humanity does. If I think, I graft his thoughts. If I speak and pray, I graft his word. If I work, I graft his hands. I don't do anything that doesn't form a graft for the creature, to make it the repetition of my life. Even more, given that my divine will is in it and that I can find my power, my holiness, and my very life to do whatever I want with it. How many wonders can I not do when I find my will in the creature? I came to earth to cover all things with my love, to drown all evils and to burn everything with my love. In all fairness, I wanted to pay my father back, for it was right that it should be restored. In his honor, in glory, in the love and gratitude that all owed him. That is why my love could not find peace. He filled the voids with his glory and honor to the point that, through love, he paid the divinity back. Who had created a sky, a sun, a wind, a sea, a flowering and everything else, while the man had not yet whispered even a single thank you for all the goods he had received. Man had been the real thief, the ungrateful, the usurper of our property. My love ran in order to fill the abyss with distance between the Creator and the creature. He paid my Heavenly Father with love. And it was with love that he redeemed human generations, to give them back the life of my divine will, having already formed with her many lives in ransom. And when it is my love that pays, its value is such that it can pay for all and redeem whatever it wants. Therefore, you have already been redeemed by my love, so let me love you and possess you. I continued to think of the divine will. How many touching scenes came to mind. A Jesus who weeps, who prays, who suffers because he wants to be the life of every creature. And a crowd of crippled children, blind, dumb, lame, paralyzed, and still others covered with wounds to the point of pity. And my sweet Jesus, with the love that only he can have, runs from one to the other, to hold them close to his heart, to touch them with his creative hands, To heal them and speak to their hearts by telling them slowly and calmly, "My child, I love you. Receive my love and give me yours, and I will heal you through love. My Jesus, my dear life, how much you love us." I was suffocated by his love which came from his burning breath when he surprised me and said, "Daughter of my love, let me pour out my love. I can no longer contain it. How hard it is to love without being loved. Not having someone to whom I can give my surprises of love is for our Supreme Being the most inexpressible suffering. So, listen. You must know that I came to earth to save my residences. The man is my residence that I had formed with so much love. My power and the creative art of my wisdom had participated in it to make it worthy of me. This residence was the prodigy of our love and our divine hands. Now, by withdrawing from our will, our residence collapsed and darkened a residence for enemies and thieves. What suffering for us! That is why my life here on earth served. To return, restore, and save this residence that we had formed with so much love. It belonged to us. It was worth saving her so that she could reside there again. I used every remedy imaginable to save this residence. I exposed my life itself to strengthen and cement it again. I spilled all my blood to clean it of its dirt. With my death, I wanted to restore his life to make it worthy to receive again the one who had created it, as his residence. Having used all possible means to save our residence, it was also appropriate for us to save the king who had resided there. Our love remained hindered halfway through its course, as suspended and prevented in its momentum. Therefore, the kingdom of our will save this Fiat, which was rejected by the creature, to allow his entry into his residence and to make him reign and dominate like the sovereign that he is. Saving residences would not be a work worthy of our creative wisdom if we let the one who is supposed to dwell there wander outside without kingdom and empire. Saving residences without saving oneself, without being able to live in the rescued residences, would be absurd. As if we don't have enough power to save ourselves. It will never be. If we had the power to save our creative work, we will also have the power to save our own lives in our work. Oh! Yes, we will have our kingdom and we will perform incredible wonders for this. Our love will fulfill its course. It won't stop halfway. He will get rid of the shackles, continue his race, bringing the balm to the wounds of the human will. And he will decorate his residences with divine ornaments. With his empire, he will call our Fiat to reside and reign there, giving him all the rights due to him. If the kingdom of my will were not certain, why would I repair and restore the residences? Oh, my daughter, you don't quite understand what it means. Do not do our will. They take away all our rights. They suffocate many of our divine lives. Our love was and still is so great, that in every act of the creature we want to create ourselves. To be loved. To be known, and to have a continual exchange of lives between us and creatures. It is impossible to do this without our will. Only our will has power and virtue to adapt the creature to receive our divine life, and to put our love on the path in order to create ourselves in the act of the creature. You must know that in all that it does in our will, an irresistible force is calling us. We look at it, we reflect in it. And with an irresistible love we create our life. If you knew what it means to create our life. There is such a great unfolding of love, that in our excess of love we say, "Ah!" The creature lets us form our life in its act. We feel equality with our love, holiness, and glory. And we look forward to the continual repetition of his actions in our will. To repeat our life. To have, in his act, ourselves who love and glorify ourselves. Only then do we fill the true expanse of creation, all things serve us. Even the smallest act of the creature serves. To repeat our life and to show our love. Therefore, living in our will be everything for us and everything for the creature. I continue my flight in the divine will, telling myself, living in the divine will is almost unbelievable. How can we live there? The miseries and weaknesses that we feel, the meetings, the circumstances, are so numerous. Even when we experience them, it seems that the divine will wants invest everything with his light and burn everything with his love. That between his will and the creature only love and his will may remain. I was thinking this when my sweet Jesus, who is always watching to see if something is happening in me that is not according to his will, said to me, "My brave daughter, my jealousy towards the one who lives in my will is such that I don't tolerate even a thought, a weakness, or anything that doesn't have life in it. You must know that beginning to live in my will requires a decision on the part of God, and a firm decision on the part of the creature to live in her. However, this decision is driven by a new life, a new divine force. In order to make the creature invincible, whatever the evils or circumstances of life, this decision is not subject to change, because when we decide, we are not dealing with children playing with their decisions, but with the creature we know will persevere. Therefore, we give of ourselves so that she cannot give up. She may feel miseries, evils, and weaknesses, but it means nothing. Since these things die before the power and holiness of my will, they feel the suffering of death and they flee. Especially since miseries are not born of the human will. Because having emerged in my will, she can only want what I want. My will often even uses these miseries to make the most beautiful conquests. She spreads her life on them. To form his kingdom. To impose his empire and to convert weaknesses into victories and triumphs. For the one who lives in my will, all things must serve for the expression of the most beautiful love that the creature gives to the one who forms his life. A bit like a stone, a brick, and even scrap metal can serve the one who wants to build a beautiful house. You must know that before it enters into our will, we glorify everything. We cover and hide everything in our love, in order to see nothing but love in this creature. Once our love has hidden everything, even miseries, it takes its place in our will. In addition, each time she performs her actions, it is first purified. And then our will invests it, making of it all that it wants. My daughter, there are no judgments or judges in my will. Holiness, order, purity, and usefulness of our ways of acting are so large and so many, that everyone must bow their heads and worship everything we do. Consequently, do not lose peace. Does not think about miseries and circumstances. Leave them at the mercy of my will so that I can make them the wonders of his love. For, then he added, my daughter, everything the creature does in my divine will is first formed in heaven. In the eternal day which does not know the night. The entire celestial court already knows that a creature of the earth has taken refuge in the heavenly homeland that is already its own, but for what purpose? To enter the center of Fiat and call its power and creative virtue in order to give it the opportunity to operate in its act. Oh! With what love she is welcomed! Not only by the divine will, but also by the most very Holy Trinity. They put it in harmony with themselves. They embalm his act and blow in him their creative power. To make great wonders and to give the whole heaven so much joy and happiness that in all the celestial regions resonate harmonious voices. Thank you, thank you. You have given us great honor to be the spectators of your will operating in the act of the creature. Heaven is flooded with new joys and happiness. As a result, everyone is grateful and calls him, all together are welcome. This more than heavenly creature feels loved by God with double love and submerged in new seas of grace. She rises to heaven to bring her deeds and let God form in them his wonders. Going down, she brings back what God has done in them. It spreads them on earth. It invests the whole of creation so that all can receive the glory and joy of the wonders that the Divine Fiat has operated in his deeds. The creature could not pay us a greater tribute, give us a more sublime love and glory, than by letting us do what we want in his actions. We can create beautiful things, without anyone asking us. This is what we did with creation. But, at the time, there was no one who could lend us a sigh, a refuge where to put our wonderful creations. While now there are those who can express themselves and give us their many deeds. Even natural, since even nature belongs to us. And everything can be useful to us to form in them the greatest wonders. Our love feels more satisfaction and our power is more exalted. By doing our most immense works. In the small act of the creature, only outside it. Moreover, it is always the same pretexts of our love that wanting to give. Finds the opportunity to say. She gave me, I gave it to her. It is true that it is little, but she has kept nothing for herself, so it is right that I give her everything, including me. My poor mind floated in the divine will, and I saw the worries, desires, and pleasure he felt, when the creature was willing to live with him. In order to love him with his own love. If only to collect in his soul, his anxiety, and his ardent sighs, and to say to him, I am here with you, to soothe your love worries and please you, I will never leave you alone. Coming to visit my little soul with a love that seemed to want to burst his adorable heart, my dear Jesus, my sweet life told me. My dearest daughter, heaven and earth and all creatures are wrapped up, locked in our intense love. Our will flows with such speed in every fiber, in every atom, in every moment, and with such fullness, that there is nothing left, not even a breath, that is not his life. Our love is so ardent that it needs someone to bring a little freshness to his ardor. Now, do you want to know who can give this freshness to the intensity and fullness of our love? The creatures I love you. And, the more she says, the more she refreshes us. This I love you, entering our flames, cuts them, relieves them, soothes them, and, like the greatest comfort, he says, I love you, I love you. You love to have love in return, and I am here to love you. This I love you walks in our immensity and forms its small place where to settle. Thus, the I love you of the creature is the support of ours, our comfort, and soothes our love, mitigating its delusions. My daughter, loving and not being loved is like. If we wanted to prevent our love from blossoming, repress it in us, and wanting to make us feel the intense suffering of an unrequited love, so we go in search of someone who loves us. The creatures I love you is so comforting that we would give anything to receive it. You see, the one who lives in our will is therefore the refuge of our life. And we constantly exchange our lives with each other, she gives us hers and we give her ours. In this exchange of lives, we can put what belongs to us, do what we want, and to feel like the God that we are. The one who lives in our will serves us as a refuge. It is the theatre of our works, the comfort of our love, and it gives us the return of the love of all creation. We find everything in it. We love her so much that we feel compelled to give her what she wants. Each of his acts performed in him binds us more to her, adding new chains. Do you know what she gives us so that we feel indebted to her? Our life, our works, our love, and our own will. You find that it's nothing? What she gives us is so overabundant. If we did not possess our power that allows us to do everything, we would not have the means to do so. But, since our love never allows itself to be surpassed by that of the creature, he always discovers new finds, and il invent de nouveaux stratagèmes. Arrivant même al we donner mains fois notre vie, pour payer en retour sa chère creature. Aussi, dans sa fogamurius il we dit. Je suis si ravi que tu vives dans monde vouloir car tu es ma joie et ma félicite, que je me sens obliged de te donner l'air que tu respires. Et, du coup, je respire avec toi. Je t'amène le soleil et sa lumière dans mes mains, et net les possible, je reste avec toi. Je t'amène avec mes mains, lo, le fou. La nourriture et tout le reste. Parce que je me sens oblige envers toi. Et je veux rester pour voir comment tu les prends. Je veux tout faire moi-même. Si en les prenant elle me dit. I take everything in your will because I love you. I want to love you and glorify you with your own will. Oh! You can't imagine the comfort she gives me, trying to fulfill me. And I let her do it. But then I come back with my love surprises. So, make sure to please myself by living heart to heart and in good harmony with my will. So we'll both be happy. I was doing my round in the Divine Fiat. Oh! How much I desired that no act should escape me from all that he had done in creation as in redemption. It seems to me that I am missing something if I do not recognize all that he has done to be able to love, embrace, and hold it all against my heart as if everything belongs to me. The divine will would be unhappy if the one who lives in him did not know all his deeds, and if he could not find the little I love you of his beloved in all that he has done. There is nothing he has not done for this creature. So I was getting to the point where the heavenly child was in Egypt taking his first steps. I embraced his footsteps, I placed my I love you in each of them. And I asked him the first steps of his will for all human generations. I tried to follow him in all things. If he prayed, if he wept, I asked that his will may animate all the prayers of creatures, and that his tears can regenerate the life of his fiat in the human family. I was careful to follow him in all things. Then the child king visited my little soul and he said to me, "Daughter of my will, I am so happy when the creature does not leave me alone. I feel it behind me, in front of me, and in all my actions. You must know that my exile in Egypt was not without conquests. When I was about 3 years old, from our little Masur, I could hear the children playing and shouting in the street. And as little as I was, I went to join them. As soon as they saw me, they ran towards me, by jostling to be as close as possible because my beauty, the enchantment of my gaze and the softness of my voice were so tall that they were delighted. They surrounded me and loved me so much that they could no longer detach themselves from me. I also loved these children and gave them my first little sermon by adapting it to their little abilities. For when love is true, he tries not only to make oneself known, but also to give everything that can make you happy in time and in eternity. Especially since, possessing innocence, they could easily understand me. And do you want to know what my sermon was about? I told them, "My children, listen to me. I love you very much and I want to let you know your origin. Look at the sky. You have a heavenly Father up there. He loves you very much. He didn't just be your heavenly Father to guide you, to create for you a sun, a sea, a land, and flowers to make you happy, loving you with an exuberant love. He wanted to descend into your heart to form his royal residence in the depths of your soul, making himself the sweet prisoner of each of you. But, to do what? To bring your heart, breath, and movement to life. So when you walk, it walks in your footsteps. It moves with your little hands. He speaks with your voice. He loves you very much, and when you walk or move, he kisses you. He hugs you and carries you in triumph like his own dear children. How many kisses and hidden embraces does Heavenly Father not give you? But, since for lack of attention you did not leave your kiss meet his kiss, and your embraces meet his paternal embrace, he was in pain to see that his children were not kissing him. My dear children, do you know what this Heavenly Father wants of you? He wants to be recognized in you and have his own place in the center of your soul. He gives you everything. There is nothing he does not give you. He wants your love in everything you do. Love it. May love always be in your little heart, on your lips, in your works, in all things. And it will be the delicious food you will give to his fatherhood. He loves you very much and wants to be loved. No one will ever be able to love you as he loves you. It is true that you have a Father on earth. But how different from the love of the Heavenly Father. Your Father on earth cannot always follow you, monitor your steps, where to sleep with you. It also doesn't throb in your heart. If you fall, he may not even know it. On the contrary, your Heavenly Father never leaves you. If you are about to fall, he reaches out his hand to you so as not to let you down. If you sleep, he watches over you. And even if you play and do something sassy, he is always with you and he knows everything you are doing. Therefore, love him very much. And in my excitement, I tell them, give me your word that you will always, always love him. Say with me, we love you, our Father who is in heaven. We love you, our Father who dwells in our hearts. My daughter, at my words, some children were moved, stood still, others were delighted, wept with joy. Some hugged me and they didn't want to let me go. I made them feel the pulsating life of my Heavenly Father in their little hearts. They were in the feast because they no longer had a father who was far from them, but who dwelled in their own hearts. And to strengthen them and give them the strength to leave me, I have blessed these children by renewing upon them our creative power, invoking the power of the Father, the wisdom of the Son myself, and the virtue of the Holy Spirit. And I said, come on. You will come back. So they left me. They would return the next day, almost in crowds, a mass of children. They put themselves to watch when I had to go out, and to look at what I was doing in our masseur. And when I went out, they clapped their hands. They were partying and screaming so much that my mother would go out to see what was going on. Oh! How delighted she was to see her son speak to these children with such grace. Her heart was overflowing with love and she could see the first fruits of my life here below. Since not one of those children who listened to me, not a single one of them got lost. Knowing that they had a father in their hearts was like a deposit. To be able to possess the heavenly homeland. To love this Father who was also in heaven. My daughter, that sermon, that little child I gave to the children of Egypt, was the foundation, the essence of man's creation. It contains the most indispensable doctrine and the highest holiness. It brings out love in every moment, the love between the Creator and the creature. What a pain to see so many small lives that do not know the life of a God in their soul. These children grow up without divine fatherhood, as if they were alone in the world. They do not feel and do not know how much they are loved. So how can they love me? Without love, the heart hardens and life deteriorates. Poor youth! They engage in the most serious crimes. It is a pain for your Jesus, and I want it to be for you too, a pain. So, pray that all may know that I am in their hearts, that I love and that I want to be loved. The divine will is always around me. Sometimes he calls me. Sometimes he holds me tightly on his lap of light. If I answer his call, if I kiss him in turn, he loves me so much, he wants to give me so much that I don't know where to put him. I remain confused in the midst of so much love and generosity. I then call the Holy Will that loves me so much. My sweet Jesus visited my little soul and said to me with unspeakable tenderness, daughter of my will, you must know that only your Jesus knows the secrets of my fiat. Because, as the word of the Father, I glorify myself by becoming the narrator of everything he has done for the creature. His love is exuberant. He called you in all that he did. In the works of creation as in the works of the redemption. What if you listened to his call and said, I'm here. Tell me what you want? He would give you the gift of his works. If you didn't answer, he would always keep calling you until you listened. When he created the sky, he called you into his azure vault, saying, my daughter, come and see the beautiful sky I have created for you. I created it to give it to you. Come and receive this great gift. If you don't listen to me, I can't give it to you and you leave me here, constantly calling you with the gift in my hands. But I will not stop calling you until you have my gift. The sky has such a large expanse that the earth is like a small dot in comparison. Therefore, everyone has their place. Heaven for everyone. I call each creature by name to give him this gift. But that it is not the pain of my will. By calling constantly and without being heard, as she looks at the sky as if it weren't a gift to her. My will loves you so much that by creating the sun, she called you with her voices of light and goes in search of you to give you a gift. That is why your name is written in the sun with characters of light. It is not possible for me to forget it. And when her light descends from her sphere to you, she continues to call you. She doesn't just call you from the heights of her sphere, but calling you more and more, she wants to go all the way down to tell you with her light and warmth, receive my gift. I created this sun for you. And if we listen to her, how happy she is to see that the creature possesses the sun as if it belonged to her as a gift received from her Creator. My will calls you everywhere and in every place. She calls you in the wind. Sometimes with authority, sometimes groaning. Sometimes as if she wanted to cry so that you listen so that she could receive the gift of this element. She calls you into the sea with her whisper to tell you, this sea is yours. Accept it as a gift from me. If the soul answers the call, the gift is confirmed. If she does not respond, the gifts remain suspended between heaven and earth. In fact, if my will calls, it is because she wants to be called to maintain the exchange between her and the creatures, to make themselves known and to bring out an incessant love between her and the one who lives in her fiat. Only creatures who live in the divine will can hear his many calls. For if she calls them from within her works, she also makes herself heard in the depth of her soul calling from both sides. What more could I tell you about the many times when I called you and call you again? In all the acts of my humanity, I was conceived, and I called you to give you the gift of my conception. I was born, and I called you harder to the point of crying and moaning, to obtain your compassion and so that you can soon answer me, to give you the gift of my birth, my tears, my complaints, and my vagaries. If my heavenly mom surrounded me with diapers, I called you to be swaddled with me. In short, I called you. In every word I said. In every step I took. In every sorrow I suffered. In every drop of my blood. I have called you even in my last breath on the cross, to give you everything. And to bring you to safety, I have placed you with me in Heavenly Father's hands. Where have I not called you to give you all that I have done? To pour out my love. To make you feel how much I loved you. To let the sweetness of my delightful voice descend into your heart, a voice that delights, creates, and conquers. To hear your voice tell me, here I am. Tell me, Jesus, what do you want? As a response to my love and a promise to accept my gifts. So I can say, I've been heard. My daughter recognized me and she loves me. It is true that these are excesses of our love. But to love without being recognized and loved, no one could bear it or continue to live. Therefore, we will continue our follies of love, our stratagems, to give free rein to our life of love. Then he added with an even more intense excess of love. My daughter, we sigh and we often worry, because, wanting the creature to stay with us all the time, we want to continuously give him what belongs to us. But, do you know what it is? Of our will. By giving him this, she receives the greatest good. Also, by overwhelming it with our love, our beauty, holiness, and so on. We say to him, we have filled you so much, and you do not give us anything. So the creature, embarrassed, because what it can give us belongs to us, gives us his will as the most beautiful tribute to his Creator. Do you want to know what we are doing? Whenever she offers it to us, we give her credit for it. And we grant her ours, as many times as she offers us hers. Doubling in it our holiness, our love, etc. Hearing this I said, my dear Jesus, I am a great winner by receiving merit as many times as I give you my will. And receiving yours in exchange is for me a very great profit. But you, what do you earn? Sketching a smile, he replied. To you the merit and to me the gain of receiving all the glory of my divine will. Every time I give it to you, my divine glory, which I receive through the creature, is doubled, multiplied 100-fold. That's when I can say, she gives me everything and I give her everything. My flight into the divine will continues. I was visiting Jesus in the sacrament and wanted to embrace all the tabernacles and each sacramental host to live with my prisoner Jesus. And I thought to myself, what a sacrifice! What a long imprisonment, not for days, but for centuries. Poor Jesus! Could he at least be paid back for all this? My beloved Jesus visited my little soul. Immersed in his flames of love, he said to me, "Brave girl, my first prison was love, which encased me in him so tightly, that I could neither breathe, nor throb, nor operate without him. It was therefore my love that imprisoned me in the tabernacle. But with reason and immense and divine wisdom. Now, you must know that it was the chains of my love that brought me down from heaven in my incarnation. I came to earth in search of my children and brothers, to form prisons of love for them, so that they could not get out. But, as I left, I remained in heaven because my love took me prisoner in the heavenly lands. Now, having accomplished my mission here on earth, I went to heaven, and at the same time I remained captive of every sacramental host. But, do you know why? Because my love, my sweet imprisonment, told me. The purpose for which you descended from heaven to earth is not fulfilled. Where is the kingdom of our will? It does not exist and is not known. Remains a prisoner in every sacramental host. Thus there will be not only one Jesus, as in our humanity, but one Jesus for every existing sacramental host. All your lives will break in fury of love. Before the divinity end. In every heart that will receive you. Descending into hearts, each of these lives will be speaking and will say a little word to make our will known. So you will speak of our Fiat, in the secret of the hearts of creatures, you will be the bearer of our kingdom. I recognized that the demands of my love were just and agreed to remain on earth in order to form the kingdom of my will until the full completion of the work. You see, being both in heaven and on earth. My life spread as sacramental hosts will not be useless here on earth. For this will allow me to form with certainty the kingdom of my will. Without this certainty, I would not have stayed. Because it is an even greater sacrifice than that of my mortal life. How many secret tears, bitter sighs. In the midst of its devouring flames of love, in which I would like to burn all souls who must live in my divine will. So that they may be reborn to a new life. This kingdom will come out of the center of my love. Who will evict all evils from the earth, counting on himself. He will arm his omnipotence. After many victories, he will obtain our kingdom in the midst of the creatures to give it to them. But I didn't want to stay captive on my own. My love has ignited even more and has chosen you to be a prisoner with chains so strong that it is impossible for you to escape me. It is an outpouring of my love that allows me, thanks to your company, to speak to you abundantly about my will. His impatience. His sighs and his desire to reign. It is also a pretext for my love. In order to be able to say before the Supreme Majesty, a creature of the human race is already our prisoner. We will tell him about our will. To make it known and extend its kingdom. This prisoner is like a deposit for the whole human family so that we have our kingdom of law. I can say that each of my sacramental lives is also like a deposit that I give you. Enough to secure my kingdom for my children. But to these many deposits, my love wanted to add the deposit of a simple creature that bears the marks of my imprisonment. To strengthen the bonds between the creature and the Creator. To accomplish and finalize the kingdom of our will among creatures. My prayers in every tabernacle are unceasing for creatures to know my will and let it reign. Everything I suffer crying and sighing. I send him to heaven to obtain that the divinity grants such a great grace. I send it to every heart. That they may have compassion for my tears and sufferings and accept such a great good. Jesus kept silent and I thought to myself, by taking himself prisoner, my dear Jesus is performing an act of heroism so great that only a God was capable of it. But while being a prisoner, he is also free, especially since he is free in heaven where he possesses the fullness of his freedom. And even on earth, how many times does he not come to me without his sacramental veils? But my poor existence is imprisoned, and this time, it's very successful. He knows what a narrow prison he has placed me in and how hard my chains are. And I can't be like him, who is both a prisoner and a free. My prison is continuous. I thought this when Jesus repeated, my daughter, my poor daughter, you have suffered the same fate as me. When my love wants to grant good, it spares nothing, neither sacrifices nor suffering. It is almost as if he does not want to hear about anything else, his only purpose is to give birth to this good. I had to do it. It was not any good, but the establishment of the kingdom of the divine will on earth. This good will be so great that no other can be compared to it. All the others will be like drops of water in front of the sea, small sparks in front of the sun. Therefore, do not be surprised if, as you say, this time, it's very successful. Your continual imprisonment was necessary for my love, to keep me company and to allow me to tell you about the knowledge of my will, which is so important to me and which I had to make known. You must know that when I tell you about it, my love pays you back and free you from the shackles of your human will to make you free in the territories and domains of the kingdom of my will. All knowledge is directed towards this. Free the creature from the chains, his will, his passions and of his miseries. Therefore, thank me for what I have done with you. My love will know how to pay you back. I will take into account every breath and every moment of your imprisonment. Then I continued to think of the wonders of the divine will. My beloved Jesus added, Daughter of my will, as your Jesus said, by descending from heaven to earth, I go away and I stay. When he ascended to heaven, he said, I stay and I go. My word repeats, descending as a sacrament into creatures. I go away and stay in the tabernacles. In the same way, the creature who lives in my will can repeat my word in all his deeds. As soon as she begins her act, her Jesus is formed in this act. My life has the virtue of multiplying infinitely as often as I want. Therefore, in all truth, she can say, I leave and I stay. I'm going to heaven, to beatify him, to reach my homeland and to make known to all my dear Jesus whom I have locked in my act, so that all may enjoy his presence and love him. I remain on earth, as life, in support and defense for all my brothers and sisters. So many beauties in an act performed in my will. My poor spirit swims in the sea of the divine will. His whisper is continual, but what does he whisper? Love, souls, and light that wants to invest each of its children and reign among them. Oh! How many stratagems of love he uses to bring them into the bosom of his light from which they came. And he cries out in his pain, my children, let me rule and I will give you so many graces that you will recognize that you are the children of your heavenly Father. My spirit was lost in this divine sea. My sweet Jesus, my sweet life, repeated his little visit all goodness, he said to me. My little daughter of my divine will. So great is my impatience. So many sighs. Because my will wants to reign in the act of the creature. I begin to spy to see if the soul calls the first act of my will in its own actions. When he is called, he takes on a festive air and runs to infuse himself into the creature's act, to imprint on it its creative force and to convert it into divine nature. Then this creature feels the nature of divine love that invests it, surrounds it and flows like blood in his veins to the marrow of his bones, in the beating of his heart. His whole being speaks only of love. The conversion of human acts into divine nature is the greatest prodigy that my will can accomplish. It can only give what it possesses. She possesses love and it is the love she gives. Oh! How happy she is! To have and feel only love, and not being able to be without loving. It can be said that my will threw the creature into its own labyrinth of love. Also, if she worships, thanks where blessed, her divine force runs. Change this worship, this thanksgiving, and this blessing into divine nature. Therefore, the creature has in its power, as by nature, to always worship, thank and bless the Supreme Majesty. Because what my will communicates by nature possesses the continual and incessant act. We then have it at our disposal. Our love finds someone who loves him with his own love and feels the need to spill having found a creature in whom to release his effusions. Our Majesty finds its eternal adorations in the creature who can actually say a divine thank you to him, a divine I bless you. In short, we find someone who can give us of ourselves. Oh! How much we love this creature more than heavenly! She always keeps us in business, so that we can give him everything we want. And for us, giving means being more beatified and happier. On the other hand, the one who does not live in our will leaves us idle without activity. And if we give something, everything is measured since we do not know where to put it. We fear that this creature does not lose it and is not able to appreciate the little we give him. Then, with even more concern, he added, "My good daughter, the wonders that my Fiat performs in the act of the creature that lives in him are unheard of. When he sees that she is about to accomplish it, my Fiat runs to take this act in his hands. He purifies it, shapes it, and invests it with its light. Then he looks to see if this act can receive its holiness and beauty, to see if he can enclose him in his immensity, and if he can let his power, his love, flow into him. Once he has done all this, because nothing can be missing from his act, he embraces him, he hugs him, and he pours out all over him. With indescribable love and solemnity, he pronounces his Fiat omnipotent and he creates another himself in this act. Heaven becomes all attentive when my will is about to operate in the creature's act. Moved, amazed, and delighted, they exclaim, 'Is it possible that a God 3 times holy, with his will, loves to the point of creating himself in the act of the creature?' My Fiat returns to see what he did in the creature's act, and he is delighted with it, delighted to see a new life. Seized with an indescribable joy, he puts the whole sky in celebration and he pours out an abundance of graces all over the earth. I call these acts my life, my act, the echo of my power, the wonders of my love. My daughter, make me happy. These are the joys of creation, the feasts of my creative virtue. To be able to form one of my lives for every act performed by the creature. Therefore, always call me in your actions, never leave me aside. And I will always do new things in you to amaze all peoples. I will not have the return and glory of the whole creation only when I have filled heaven and earth with many of my new lives. I am under the empire of the divine will. Its creative virtue has such strength that she makes her sweet empire feel on the poor creature. This one, gently, without feeling forced, agrees with the Fiat, gives him complete freedom to do whatever he wants. She even told him, 'How honored I am that you want to make a prodigy of my being, to the point of wanting to use your creative and operating force in my poor soul.' My mind was immersed in the creative virtue of the divine Fiat. My Jesus tells me, 'Daughter of my will, how beautiful my Fiat is when it operates with its creative virtue. You see that he does not use violence, but gentleness and irresistible sweetness. Perhaps more irresistible than the violence itself. He perfumes the creature with his sweetness, making him feel the beauty of the divine. So much so that she herself cries out, 'Hurry up, Holy Will, do not delay any longer. I long to see you operate in me with your creative virtue.' My daughter, we have never liked forced things or wills. In fact, we don't even want these things. They are very human and do not agree with our love and our works. Everything is spontaneity and fullness of will. We want a good, we desire it, and we do it. And we do it with such a fullness of love and grace that no one can match us. To the point that if we do not see spontaneity and desire to receive the good we want to do in the creature, we do nothing. At most, we wait, making him hear our sighs, our anxious impatience, but we don't act. Not before seeing her lovingly disposed to receive the work of her Creator. Now you must know that the life of our will continues to grow in the creature with every act it performs in it. When she reaches the fullness where everything in her is my will, we begin to unfold our love and graces so that in every moment we give her a new love and surprising new graces. We demonstrate our divine pump as well as the magnificence and splendor of our love schemes. Everything we do to him bears the mark of the generosity of his Creator. When the soul is filled with our divine will, we spare nothing. What we have, we give it. And everything she desires is hers. The opulence we witness to is such that we make a note flow of our divine melodies for each of his acts, so that even our music cannot be missed. And she often plays for us beautiful little sonatas of our divine notes. Oh! How delighted we are in the harmonies of our divine melodies and sounds! You must know that for the soul that lives in our will, we surpass the opulence, pomp, magnificence, and sumptuousness that we used in creation. Everything was abundance. Abundance of light that cannot be measured. Extension of the heavens, opulent with beauties and adorned with countless stars. Everything was created with abundance, invested with splendor and opulence, such that no one could ever lack anything. On the contrary, everyone can give without the need to receive. Only the human will imposes limits and constraints on the creature, plunges her into misery's end, prevents him from receiving my belongings. Therefore, I look forward to that my will may be known and that creatures can live in her. I will then show so much opulence that each soul will be like a new creation, beautiful, but distinct from all the others. I will have fun. I will be his unsurpassable architect. I will deploy all my creative art. Oh! How much I await this moment! How much I desire it! How much I sigh! The creation is not complete. I still have to accomplish my most beautiful works. Therefore, my daughter, let me work. And do you know when I'm working? When I manifest to you a truth about my divine will, I immediately become the architect. And I work in you with my creative hands, so that this truth may become life in your soul. Oh! How much I enjoy my work! The soul becomes like a malleable wax in my hand, to be formed in the life I want. Therefore, be attentive and let me do it. 1. My flight continues in the divine will. Oh! How lost I feel in its immensity! Its power and activity are such that when he operates in the act of the creature, he wants give this act to all. Fill heaven and earth to make everyone see and feel what he can do and how much he can love. I was surprised. My beloved Jesus was paying a visit to my little soul. All goodness, he said to me. My blessed daughter. The love of my will that operates in the creature is such that it may seem incredible. When she works, my will wants everyone to receive this act and appropriate it. With its omnipotent breath, my will puts wings on this act in order to impose it. In the sun, in the heavens, in the stars, in the wind, in the sea and even in the air that all breathe. Then the act rises higher to the celestial regions. All of them, the angels, the saints, the Mother and Queen, and even our divinity undergo this act. As a result, everyone can say, this act is mine. And do you know why? The love of my will is as he wants. That everyone possesses this act, which gives life to all. He wants to decorate, adorn, and clothe all and everything with his creative virtue. In order to receive from all things and from each one the glory, love, and honor of my will. My will never stops. He is satisfied only when he sees that his act has fulfilled all things. He then takes with him as if in triumph the creature who let him operate freely in his act, to make him known and loved by all. These are our feasts, our pure joys of creation. To be able to put in the human act of the creature what belongs to us as if we wanted to double our power, our immensity, our love, and our glory to infinity in this act. And this is not surprising, our divine will is everywhere. Therefore our acts that animate the acts of the creature fly away. Will take shelter in our will. Even in the smallest and most secret places where my will is present. These acts serve as a return of love for all creation, as a very sweet company narrators of our Supreme Being. That is why our love is exuberant for the one who wants to live in our Fiat. We have our eyes fixed on her almost to spy on her and see when she will give us her act to let our creative virtue operate in her. This creature is for us the testimony of our love. the activity of our power. She becomes the repeater of our own life. After which I continued my round in the divine will. My sweet Jesus carried my little will in the creative act of his will. My God, so many surprises. My poor intelligence is lost and it is unable to say anything. Then, my always adorable Jesus, redoing his brief visit to me. All goodness he said to me. My good daughter. Our Fiat has manifested our operative, powerful, and wise love in creation. In such a way that all created things are fulfilled. Of our love. Our power. Our wisdom and of our unspeakable beauty. We can call them the administrators of our Supreme Being. But we have done even more in the creation of the Sovereign Queen. Our love was not satisfied by a simple demonstration. He wanted to adopt an attitude. Piety. Tenderness and compassion, deep and intimate. To the point of turning into tears of love for creatures. That is why, by pronouncing our Fiat to create it and call it to life, we have created forgiveness, mercy, and reconciliation between us and humanity. We have placed them in this heavenly creature as administrators between our children and his. Consequently, the Sovereign Lady has seas of forgiveness, of mercy and piety, as well as seas of tears of our love, in which it can cover all human generations, regenerated in these seas created by us in it. Seas of forgiveness, mercy, and piety. A tenderness likely to soften the hardest hearts. My daughter, it was right that everything be deposited in this Heavenly Mother. So that, possessing the reign of our will, we may entrust everything to Him. It is the only one that has enough space to be able to own these seas created by us. With its creative and preservative power, our will keeps intact all that it creates. Without anything ever diminishing despite our continual gifts. That is why where our will is not present, we can neither give, nor entrust, nor deposit. We just can't find the space. Our love remains hindered in the accomplishment of the many magnificent works we want to accomplish in creatures. It is only in the Sovereign Lady that our love finds no obstacles and He manifested and accomplished so many wonders, that He gave her divine fruitfulness and made her the mother of His Creator. Then my beloved Jesus showed me all the deeds He performed with His Heavenly Mother. Their seas of love then became one. Raising their waves to heaven, they invested everything, even our divinity. They formed a dense rain of love on our divine being. These seas brought the love of all the refreshment and balm by which our divine being was soothed, turning justice into a movement of love for creatures. It can be said that our love regenerated the human family with a new love. God loved him with a redoubled love, but where? In the Queen and in her dear Son. Now listen to another surprise. When, small child, I sucked my mom's milk. I sucked souls because she kept them in deposit. By giving me her milk, she deposited in me all souls. She wanted that I love them, that I embrace them all, and may I make them my victory and His. Even better, by giving me the milk, she made me suckle her motherhood and tenderness, imposing herself on me in such a way that I loved men with maternal and paternal love. I received in me His motherhood and His unspeakable tenderness, so that I loved souls with divine, maternal and paternal love. After depositing all the souls in me, with one of my loving ploys with a breath, with a sweet look I placed them back in her motherly heart, and to pay her back, I gave her my paternal love, my divine love, which is incessant, firm, unwavering, and never changes. Human love changes easily, which is why I wanted my inseparable mother to have the same attributes as my love, to love souls as only God can love. Therefore, every act she performed, from the smallest to the greatest, was an exchange of deposit of souls, me in her and she in me. Even more, I can say that we multiplied this deposit of souls because I kept in my divine heart, with the greatest jealousy, all that I received from my dear mother as the greatest gift she could give me. And she received my gift so jealously that she used all her motherhood to keep this gift that her Son gave her. In these exchanges of deposit, our love grew and loved all creatures with a new love. We formed projects on how to love them even more and conquer them, through love, exposing our lives to save them. I am in the arms of the divine will who loves me so much and who to show me wants to continually tell me his eternal and long love story, always adding new surprises, to the point that one remains delighted by finding it impossible not to love him. Only ungrateful and stupid beings might not like him. The Divine Fiat made me aware of everything he had done in the descent of the Word on earth, and my Jesus, making his little visit to me again, all goodness, said to me, "My little daughter of my will, you must know that my love is so great that it needs to be released and entrust its secrets to the one who lives in my will, so that by becoming aware of everything, we can love her with one love and repeat in her all that I have done in myself. Listen, my daughter, to the excesses to which my love has indulged in making me do incredible things for the created spirits. By coming to earth, I wanted to make myself Jesus for every creature that had existed, and will exist. Each had to have their own Jesus. Completely her own. At its disposal. Each had to have my conception to remain conceived in me, my birth to be reborn. My tears to be washed, my infantile age to be restored and begin his new life. My steps to guide his family. My works to make his works rise in mine. My sufferings as balm and strength for his sufferings. And in repayment of any debt contracted to divine justice. My death to regain his life. My resurrection to be reborn entirely in my will, for the glory it was to give to its Creator. And all this with the greatest love, with good reason. With justice and with the highest wisdom. Heavenly Father had to find in me so many lives to which he had given and go and give birth. In order to be satisfied, glorified, and paid back for his great love. Even if not all creatures were going to take this life. Heavenly Father demanded my life. To be glorified for all that he had done in the work of creation and redemption. I can say that as soon as man withdrew from my will, the glory that was due to my Divine Father ceased. Consequently, if I had not formed of myself a Jesus for every creature existing, the glory of the Heavenly Father would have been incomplete. And I can't make incomplete works. My love would have been at war with me if I had not formed much of Jesus, first, for our own glory and decorum, and then, to give this complete good to each creature. Our pain is innumerable. For, despite all my lives offered to every creature, some do not recognize them. Others do not even look at them. Others do not use it or take only a few crumbs, or even offend them. Few say, I do the life of Jesus, with Jesus, I love like Jesus and I want what Jesus wants. These creatures are, with me, the return of the glory and love of creation and redemption. But even if all my lives do not serve the creature, they serve admirably the glory of my Divine Father. Since I did not come to earth only for creatures, but also to reintegrate the interests and glory of my Heavenly Father. Oh! If you could see the beautiful procession that my lives form around our divinity, and how much love and glory emanate from them, you would be so amazed that it would be difficult for you to return to yourself. Jesus remained silent. I stayed with the scene in my mind of all these Jesus for so many existing creatures. But I had a thorn in my heart that tortured and filled me with bitterness even in the marrow of my bones for a person who was very dear to me, necessary for my poor existence, who was in danger of death. I wanted to save this person at all costs. Therefore, I took the divine will, I made it entirely my own, and in my suffering I said to Jesus, Jesus, your will is mine. Your power and immensity are in my power. I don't want it. That's why you don't have to want it either. My God, I felt like I was fighting a power. And in order to win, my mind had put itself before the divinity as I placed around it, the expanse of heaven with all the stars in prayer. The immensity of sunlight with the force of its heat. The whole of creation in prayer. And also, the seas of power and love of the Queen of Heaven. My sufferings and the blood shed by Jesus. Like so many seas around the divinity all in prayer. And then, all the Jesus for every creature. So that they could give Supi, a prayer, to get what I wanted. But what was not my surprise and my emotion? By seeing and hearing that all the Jesus of all creatures prayed to get what I wanted. I remained confused when I saw so much divine goodness and complacency. 5. May he be thanked and blessed forever. And may everything be for his glory. I am under the empire of the divine will who loves and sighs to be recognized in all his works. He seems to take the little creature by the hand, to take it away in his flight. To show her everything he has done, how much he has loved her in everything created, and how, by right, he wants to be loved in return. Loving without receiving love in return is the greatest suffering. I was surprised, and my always adorable Jesus, visiting my little soul, all goodness said to me, "My blessed daughter, to love and to be loved, is for our love the best of rest. The happiness of the earth unites with the happiness of heaven. When they kiss, we feel that the earth too makes our delight, brings us the love of the creature that recognizes us and loves us. It brings us the most beautiful of joys and the greatest of happiness. Especially since the joys of heaven are ours and no one can take them away from us. And those that we receive through the love of the creature are for us new joys that form our new conquests. After recognizing us in our works, the creature flies to recognize the one who created it. Being recognized is for us the greatest glory. The most intense love we can receive. It is by being recognized that we form our army, the divine militia. Our people to whom we ask nothing but tribute to be loved. We put all our works at their disposal to serve them, giving in abundance everything that can make them happy. If they do not recognize us, we are like the God without an army and without a people. What a pain to give birth to so many creatures and to remain without an army and without a people. Now listen again. As soon as the creature recognizes us in created things and loves us, we seal in her a note of love and happiness for her Creator. By continuing to recognize His Creator, it recognizes us and we recognize our divine being in it. If you knew what it means to recognize each other. Our love, by being loved, gives us peace and loves more intensely the one who loves him. He reaches such an excess that in order to recognize himself in the creature, he creates himself. But what for? To recognize oneself in the creature and be loved. How beautiful it is to recognize ourselves in the creature. It becomes for us our throne, our divine chamber, our heaven. The seas of our love flood it. His small acts form waves of love that love us, glorify us and bless us. It recognizes us in ourselves. It recognizes us in itself. It recognizes us in all things created. And we recognize it in all our works. In the sky, in the sun, in the wind, in all things. Our love, united with our fiat. The door everywhere and we place it in order within all our works. After which my spirit continued to bathe in the sea of the divine will. My God, so many surprises, so many wonders. And my sweet Jesus, visiting my little soul flooded with its flames of love, said to me, "Blessed daughter of my will, my love does not leave me in peace if he does not make me reveal new surprises about the divine fiat. He wants to make you know the sublimity and nobility of the place he occupies for those who live in the divine will, both in creation and in our divine being. You must know that the creature who lives in our divine will occupies the first place in creation. All created things feel so connected and united to it that they become its inseparable members. Consequently, the sun is its member, the expanse of the sky, the wind, and the air. That all breathe are its limbs. All created things feel happy honored to be members of this wealthy creature, and some become his heart, others his hand, still others his feet, his eyes, his breath. In short, there is not a created thing that does not have its distinct place and does not exercise the ministry of being its member. His soul, like the head, keeps its members in order and receives from God all love, all the holiness, all the glory and all the goods contained in the created things. Especially since all the things created are also our members. Therefore, for the creature who lives in our will, Its members are ours and our members are its members. They keep our Supreme Being in communication with the creature and us. Let us become for her more than the blood that circulates in the veins of her soul. The continual beating of love as it throbs in his heart. Divine breathing by breathing into one's soul. Loving this creature of excessive love. We put into circulation his little love and his deeds in our divine being. We are jealous of his heartbeat and breath. We lock them in our own. Nothing comes out of it that remains locked in ourselves. To pay her in return for our love and to hear its sweet and delicious chorus. I love you, I love you, I love you. Lorsque notre amour n'est trouvé pas l'amour de la creature. Il demeure suspendu et il crie de douleur comme s'il voulait assourdir la creature en lui disant. Why don't you love us? Not to love us and for us the cruelest of wounds. But that's not all. If our love does not reach excesses, it is not satisfied. Do you want to know why we have made creation many members who had to serve us as our members, as well as the members of the creature? We have placed in every created thing our gifts, holiness, and love, as carriers of what we wanted to give to the creature and as messengers of what she was doing for us. All things created are dispossesses filled with everything we wanted to give him. The sky, with all its stars, symbolizes the multitude of our new and distinct acts that we wanted to give him. The sun symbolizes our eternal light with which we want to flood it, and the heat and its effects represent our love that also wants to flood it to make it feel how much we love it. While its effects are the variety of beauties we wanted to put on it. In every breath of the wind, we placed our kisses and loving caresses. And in its impetuous waves our dominant love, to prevail in our love with our embraces in order to make it inseparable from us. In short, everything created has our gifts for the creature. But who takes them? Only those who live in our will. I can say that all created things are filled with our gifts. But they cannot give them. They cannot be their carriers because they do not find the one who lives in our Divine Fiat, who has the virtue and power to place the creature in communication with all our works. More than its own members and with its Creator himself. More than his own life. How many incredible wonders are we not going to come out of our divine bosom for the creatures who will let our will reign? Our works will sing triumphs and victories and with full hands. We will give in abundance the gifts and possessions of their Creator that they possess. All will be happy. Those who give and those who receive. Therefore, be attentive and do not worry about anything. If not to live in my will. Because I have a lot to give you. And you have a lot to receive. I was surprised and I thought. Is what he just said really possible? Sounds amazing. And my sweet Jesus added. My daughter, don't be surprised. You must know that everything we did was to serve the creature who was to possess my divine will as life. C'est nécessaire à notre décorum, notre sagesse, notre puissance, et à notre majesté. Lorsque la creature s'est retirée de notre volonté, la justice exigit que nous soyons leviens tout ce qui devait servir dignement notre suprême majesté. Et la creature est restée comme un tête sans ses membres. Pauvre tête qui n'a pas de membres. Combien pourrait-elle jamais faire? Il est vrai que la tête a la suprématie sur les membres, mais sans les membres, la tête ne peut rien faire. Elle n'a pas de vie et pas d'œuvre. Mais puisque ma volonté vous retourne dans la creature, mon amour vous exige. Non seulement la restitution des membres, mais également la vie même de celui qui les accrise. The reign of our will reinstate all his works and will give back to the creature all that it has lost by doing its own human will. Who devastates all property, breaks all communications with our works and with his Creator himself. To become like a dislocated bone that loses all communication with all its members, and brings only suffering. The sea of the divine will never ceases to plunge me into its waves as if it wanted nothing else to enter me but its light. in order to grow in me by His light, His warmth, and the life of His will. But I still felt oppressed, with an air of melancholy because of the circumstances, unfortunately too painful of my poor existence here on earth. She formed the clouds around me as if to prevent me from rejoicing. The beauty of light. The softness of the heat, in which the soul is fertilized to be reborn and grow in its Creator. My sweet Jesus, who jealously watches over my poor soul, all goodness, tells me. Brave courage, girl. Oppressions. Sadness. The concern for the past has no reason to exist for the one who lives in my will. These notes do not agree with our notes of joy, peace, and love. They produce weak sounds that are not pleasant to our divine ears. They are like bitter droplets that, once thrown into our divine ocean, would like to give it bitterness. Whereas, when she lives in our will, we make Him possess our seas of joy and bliss and, if necessary, we put in His power our power so that everything is propitious to Him and nothing can harm Him. Because nothing is more powerful than our will. It has the power to grind everything, to flatten, like an impetuous wind. Also, when we see the creature in our will, afflicted and oppressed, how discordant his notes are. As long as she lives in our will, we are forced to feel his oppression and affliction. It is not worthy of our divine being, nor of our love, to stand aside when the creature is sad. On the contrary, we use our power and flood it even more with our love so that we can see it again with a smile on our lips and joy in our hearts. In addition, the thought of the past is really absurd. It is like wanting to claim divine rights. You must know that all that the creature has done beautiful and good is deposited in us, as a testimony of His love and the glory He gives us. They will surround themselves with her when she enters our heavenly homeland. Therefore, the most beautiful act of the creature is to surrender itself in our arms so as to let us do everything with it what we want, in the present time as in eternity. Only then do we take pleasure in making her one of the most beautiful statues to adorn our heavenly Jerusalem. Then he added, my daughter. When the creature surrenders in our will, we are so happy. Chuel se divers en nous, que nous diversons en elle. Notre vie nouvelle. Notre amour nouveau. Notre sainteté nouvelle et une connaissance nouvelle de notre être suprême. Lorsque la créature est abandonnée dans notre divin vouloir, nous pouvons accomplir en elle les plus grands prodiges et les graces les plus surprenantes puisque notre propre volonté recevra et déposera ce que nous voulons donner à la créature. En s'abandonnant dans notre volonté, elle prend le ciel d'Assat. Her authority is such that she imposes herself on our divine being to lock her in her smallness, while she herself, triumphant, locks herself in our divine bosom. Heaven is amazed and angels and saints are ecstatic. All feel a new life flowing in them by virtue of the act of abandonment of the creature still on pilgrimage to the earth. And finding it abandoned in our fiat, we find that we can do whatever we want. It lends itself entirely to our power. We then begin our work and form in his soul many small fountains of love, goodness, holiness, mercy, etc. In this way, when our love wants to love, we set in motion these little fountains of love with our omnipotent breath. And they love us, letting so much love flow from the fountain to the point of flooding the entire celestial court. When we want to use our goodness, mercy, and grace, we set these fountains in motion and the earth is flooded with our goodness and mercy, and some are converted, others receive graces. We could do all this directly from ourselves. But it is more pleasant for us to use the fountains that we have formed in the creature. Through them, we feel more inclined to show mercy to all. We have our intermediary between heaven and earth, which, in its abandonment, makes us pour out graces and love all creatures of a new love. Consequently, the more you will be abandoned to our will, the more magnanimous we will be towards you and all creatures. And all of them, at least the best disposed, will find new strength and direction. I was surprised, and he added, my good daughter, how I would like everyone to discover what it means to live in my divine will. It sounds incredible, but do you know why? Because they do not know my will and the whole series of wonders that it can and wants to perform in the creature. Thus, not knowing it, they believe that it is impossible that my will can do in the creature all that I tell you. Oh! If they knew! What my will does and says is little. It is knowledge that sets us in motion towards the creature and prepares our place. It forms the space where we can place our incredible wonders. It is knowledge that forms the eyes to be able to see and appreciate our divine wonders. Everything is a miracle for the one who lives in our will. You must know that when a creature performs his deeds in my will, all created things remain animated by his will and word. All things have a voice. Some say love. Other glory, adoration. Others thank you, and still others blessing to our Creator. What harmony they form in the atmosphere, what sweet enchantment to the point that we are delighted. But where do these voices come from? They are the voices of those who live in our will. It's like when those voices and songs are ingeniously enclosed in wooden and metal instruments. The instruments sing and speak. It is the same for the one who lives in my will. His love to see me loved and glorified is such that she encloses her will, her voice, and her love in the created thing. And some tell me the story of my love, others sing my glory. It seems that all things have something to tell me. Oh! How happy I am to see that the creature masters the whole creation. As a queen, animates all things and makes me loved by all. Oh! That this sound is sweet to our divine ears. I gave her everything and she gives me everything. So I go back to him all again. I feel in the arms of the divine will who conducts himself as a master with me. He watches even the smallest things to invest them with his life and his light in order to enclose the whole in my little nothingness. What goodness! What love! He seems to want at all costs to have something to do with the creature. But do what? To give, always to give. By giving, he pours out. By giving, he feels operational. Because he does a lot of things on his own, things that love him, praise him for who he really is. My sweet Jesus always takes great pleasure in telling me ever new things about his adorable will. At that moment he visited my poor soul as if he felt the need to entrust me with his secrets. He said to me, "My blessed daughter, the creature that lives in our will is our amusement, our pleasure, our perpetual occupation. You must know that when the creature unites with our will and enters into it, our will embraces the human will, and the human will embraces our will. We ourselves love, pray and ask ourselves that our will may reign in human generations. The creature disappears into our divine sea like a small drop of water. Our prayer remains and wants to obtain by his power what we have asked of ourselves. We can't help but answer it. Therefore, when we have prayed, we set out, we travel through all nations and hearts to see if we let us find even a small disposition to live in our will. We then take this little disposition in our creative hands. We purify, sanctify, and beautify it, placing in it the first act of our will. And we wait so that we can place the second act, the third act of life in our fiat, and so on. Therefore, everything the creature does in our will, in fact it is ourselves who do it. We love, we pray. It can be said that we compromise ourselves to give what we want. Not answering ourselves is impossible. So do you see what it means to live in our will? The creature imposes itself on nous. It forces us to do what it wants. After which my beloved Jesus added, "My daughter, the life of the one who lives in our will is formed within our divine being. It is conceived, it is born and reborn continuously. Just as our divine being constantly generates, so it is always in need of rebirth, and it is reborn to a new love, holiness, and beauty. By being reborn, it grows and takes from us continuously. These new births are his greatest fortune and so are ours. Because we feel that not only does the creature live in us, but it is also reborn and grows in our lives. It is renewed in our own act, always new. And when it is reborn, we take pleasure in watching it because it acquires a new beauty more beautiful, more attractive than the previous one. But will it stop there? Ah! No. Other beauties will invest it without ever stopping. many to the point, to enchant our gaze, to prevent us from leaving it in order to admire in it our infinite beauties. And we love our beauties that we put on all the time. Looking at this creature in the reign of our many beauties, our love does not drag. He revives it at every moment in our love, which is always new. Therefore, she loves us with an ever new love, a love that always grows and never stops. Who will be able to tell you what the life of this creature formed in us is like? It is our paradise that we form in it. By being reborn in us, it gives us ever new joys and new surprises of happiness. Because by being reborn, it is reborn in our power, wisdom, goodness, and holiness. Recognizing our life in it, we love it. As we love ourselves. As it is reborn in us many times, we give it the virtue of being able to receive our seed so that we can sow in it as many divine lives as we want. And that's when our divine will comes into play. With his fiat, my will speaks and creates. She speaks and sows divine lives. Making them grow with his breath. Nourishing them with his love. Giving them with its light the colors of all its various beauty. Now, having been born several times in us, we grant him the virtue of receiving our seeding. That is, we can sow in it as many divine lives as we want. This is where our divine will comes into play, which, with his fiat, speaks and creates, speaks and sows the divine life. Making it grow with its breath. Nourishing him with his love. Giving it the hues of its different beauties with its light. In addition, his life having been born many times and having grown in us, we have infused him with all the prerogatives allowing him to receive the seeding of our divine lives. They are the most precious because they possess creative virtue and have our own value. Also, we can say, it is we who have formed so many lives of ourselves and sown them in the creature. Sunlight is like shadow compared to these lives, and the extent of the sky is small vis-a-vis them. But, do you want to know what our lives formed with so much love in the creature will be used for? They will serve to populate the earth and generate the life of our will in the human family. These are our lives, my daughter, and our life is eternal. They are therefore in the expectation of taking possession of the creatures in order to form with them a single life. This is the finality, our great divine reason, which pushes us to speak so long about our divine will. Each of our words represents a life, is a life that we generate. Each word about our fiat, is a life that we expose, which communicates with creatures. Each manifested knowledge brings our kiss which, by its breath, forms our life. And, since life possesses movement, heat, pulsations, breathing. Therefore, if only out of necessity, she must feel our life within her, which will have the virtue of transforming the life of the lucky creature into our own. So, our dear daughter, be careful not to lose any words about our fiat. Because these are lives that we live in other creatures. The value of a single word about our fiat is such that that of the whole creation is far behind, because creation is our work, while a word about him is life, and life is always more valuable than a work. In addition, the love we feel for this creature who receives the seeding of our divine lives is so intense that, when we talk to him about our will, it pours out on her. It flourishes and he feels loved in turn. As a result, the weight of human ingratitude that does not love us, fades because there is the one who loves us with our love, which has virtue. To remake ourselves of the one that all creatures should give us. To burn all their evils and to bring the farthest distances closer together. We love her infinitely because our love finds in her comfort and her revenge. But, we are not the only ones who love him. Since the heavenly queen loves him as her tender daughter, angels and saints as their own and inseparable sister, we make her love from heaven, from the sun, from the wind, from all. They feel in her the strength and virtue of our love. They feel happy to be able to love him, because it brings joy to all. We feel for her such great love and satisfaction, that we call her our comforter and the custodian of our fiat on earth. Everything in it belongs to us. It seems to me that the divine will expects me to be able to enter into him at every moment to bring my act into all his acts, and if I escape for a moment, he feels isolated and weeps, inconsolable, the company of his creature, and in his pain, he said, "How? Are you leaving me? For you, I left myself in the spheres, in the sun, in the air, to keep you company and receive yours, but do you know why? To love you and to be loved, and in order to be able to say, what I do in heaven in our divine being, I do it in the spheres and I want to do it in my beloved creature. But if you are not in my will, you withdraw from me and I from you, and I remain isolated. But in my pain, I keep calling you. Divine will, how much you love me! How kind and admirable you are!" And I felt the suffering of his loneliness. But my sweet Jesus made his little visit to me again and said to me, "Brave daughter of my will, waiting is one of our greatest sufferings. It makes us stand guard. We come to count the breaths, the heartbeat, the minutes when we don't feel the creature with us. To make him feel our love and love each other with one love, we feel harmonized with the creature. Victorious we carry it into our divine womb. That is why, without it, the minutes seem to us centuries and we long after her return. Even more, when it enters into our will and asks us to come and reign on earth, we celebrate. Because then she wants what we want. It is a great and most beautiful thing of all that the creature wants what its creator wants. It forms our rest, our love smiles and it is soothed. When she asks that our will come to reign, it knocks on the door of all things created, in the sun, in the wind, in the sky, in the stars and in all things. I dominate in all these things and I hear the blows she hits. I open all the doors and set out to come and rule. But she doesn't stop there, she climbs higher and hits at the door of our divinity. To that of all angels and saints and to all. It makes me ask for my Fiat to come. That these knocks on the door are soft, powerful, and penetrating, because everyone opens and makes all ears. She goes on and asks everyone what she wants. That is why life in our will stirs heaven and earth and prepares our work for such a holy cause. Then he added, "My daughter, do you want to know why we want the creature to live in our divine will? This is because we always want to make new donations to him. Give him a new love, new charisms. We want to tell him ever new things about our divine being. And she, because she must receive and listen to us. If it does not live in our will, it will not have the place to put our gifts. We can't donate if we don't have a place where deposit. We remain with the sadness of wanting to give and not being able to do it. We are like suffocated by love and we cannot relieve ourselves because there is no one to take it. We are forced to see the poor creature weak and ignorant. How sad! While in our will we put all our goods in common, we go to it saying, 'Take what you want. Ingratitude, give us the little tribute of your love and your will. Therefore, my daughter, let's make pacts. We will agree that I will always have to give you and that you will always have to give me your little love. Thus, we will always be in communication, we will always have this to do together, we will love each other with the same love. We will be happy with the same happiness.' I was suffering and Jesus, agitated in his impatience, resumed, 6. My daughter, my sufferings embrace yours. They unite them with mine and bring them to life in my own sufferings. So that they receive the infinite value and good of my own sufferings. In my will, things and sufferings are transformed. And of humans they become divine. I feel that it is not the creature that suffers because I form them in me. I create his sufferings in me in order to suffer them with my beloved creature. It is my life that repeats itself in it with the procession of my sufferings. That is why I call them my sufferings. If you could know what I am doing with these sufferings. I place them between heaven and earth. As an eternal glory and love for my heavenly Father. As a defense and refuge for creatures. As a remorse for the one who offends me. As a cry of love for the one who does not love me. As a light for the one who does not know me. In short, I make them fulfill all the offices of the goods that are necessary for creatures. Therefore, let me do. These are the works that your Jesus wants to do. I can accomplish them in the one who lives in my will. I am in the arms of the Fiat who loves his beloved creature alive in him so much that he always holds her in his arms. He loves her so much that he always holds her in his incessant movement. The smallest distances, the slightest moments when he would not feel it in his own life would be for him the most painful martyr of love, and in his sorrow he would say to her, "My daughter, don't walk away from me for a moment, you would hurt my love. For your life is like ours and we would feel torn ourselves. Our tortured love. For you must know that your breath creates life. He blows into ours, and when he breathes, we feel loved. Your movement comes alive in ours. He has our life, and works with us, he speaks with our words. We feel you flowing through our divine being as blood flows through the veins of creatures. He always says and repeats, I love you, I love you. The soul that lives in our will takes flight and travels through the created things. Gathers our love scattered throughout creation, and comes to shelter in our Supreme Being by making us the surprise of bringing us all the love that all created things should give us if they had reason. This soul always finds new ways to love us. Sometimes she goes to her mother the Queen to ask her all her love and surprise us by bringing us the love of the Great Lady by telling us, I bring you the love of my Heavenly Mother to love you. And, how happy we are! It is impossible for us to be without the one who lives in our will. Oh! Divine will, how much love and power you contain for the one who lives in you. I was so amazed that I didn't know what to say. And my beloved Jesus, repeating his little visit, said to me with indescribable love, My daughter, born and reborn in our will, you must know that life in our will contains wonders and wonders unheard of to the point of shaking the whole heavens. They bow with reverence because in this creature we can deploy our creative work. We can put down our love, our delusions of love, our anxieties and sighs, our will. It will make our Supreme Majesty understood. It will make us love with our love. Without it, we are like a teacher who owns all the sciences. He could communicate his lessons to all the universities, to all the schools, but he can't even find a single student who wants to learn his science. What sadness for this teacher who has all these sciences without being able to make understand the value of the sciences they possess. Oh! If that teacher could find a single student who would agree to learn his science. He would take it on his lap. He would keep it with him night and day. He would feel that his science would not die, but would live with his student. He would no longer be alone, but loved by the student to whom he gives his lessons. The bitterness of his life would be changed into joys. This is the situation of our Supreme Being. If we do not find the one who lives in our divine will, we are like that teacher who has no one to share his lessons with. We possess infinite sciences and we have no one to say a single word to because the light of our will is missing. That would make them understand what we want to teach them. On the contrary, if the creature lives in our will, we feel revived in her. We can teach her our divine sciences that will form life in her. She will understand our language and our heavenly wonders. She will love us as we want to be loved. Our fate and his will be changed. There will be no more loneliness, the company will be eternal. We will always have something to say and we will keep the one who listens to us. Our eternal suffering will be changed into joys and festivities because the creature lives in our will. But if we do not find the one who lives in our will, we are like the one who possesses immense wealth and does not find no one to whom to give them. No one to take his property. Poor man, he is very unhappy, drowned in his riches. He suffers cruelly from loneliness. There is no one who loves him, who respects him, who tells him a single merk. On the contrary, it seems that everyone is running away from him and he does not find person to whom to give his wealth. No one who wants to take them. Without company, joy dies. He feels that his possessions and his life do not live in others. This isolation is his greatest bitterness. Oh! How many times we want to give, but without finding anyone to give to. Not doing our will is. Close the doors to us. Prevent us from entering. Keep us at a distance and surround oneself with misery, weakness, and the most horrible passions. May life in our will be able to awaken wonders in everyone and we marvel ourselves at being able to put infinity in the finite, the immensity in the smallness. It is necessary that we carry out these wonders and wonders that the love that reigns over our divine being impels us to accomplish, to the point that angels and saints remain astonished and silent with admiration. I continue my flight in the divine will. I can feel, when I enter him, the soothing air of his balsamic waves. Everything is peace. His power is such that the soul feels invested in a force that makes it capable of doing anything, even what God himself does. Divine will, how capable you are of changing the human will. Your power renews the poor creature by giving birth to a new life. It was then that my adorable Jesus came back to make his little visit to me. All tenderness, he said to me. My little daughter of my divine will. When the creature decides to live in my will, everything changes for it. Our divine kingdom invests it. We make it dominator of all things domineering. Our strength, our goodness and of our holiness dominating the light. Heaven and earth belong to him by right. We place it in an atmosphere of security and unchanging peace. No divine good, health, beauty, or joys can be lacking in this creature who lives in our will. All his smallest acts are filled with satisfaction to the point of bringing the smile of the whole of heaven and of our Supreme Being himself. Therefore, we are all very attentive. When she loves and when she works to enjoy it and smile with her. We love it to the point of putting it in the same conditions as us, we even love. If we are not loved, we continue to give life. Even if we are ignored and even if we are offended. And if the creature comes back to us asking for forgiveness, we do not reproach him with any. And we hold it against our divine bosom. It can be said that it is to us alone that man can trust. Not only can he not trust other creatures, but he will only find in them inconstancy and deception. The moment he thinks he can count on them, they will leave him. Man can only believe the creature that lives in our will. This creature will do as we do. Without being loved, she will love. Ignored or offended, she will run after the one who offends her to save him. We feel present in the one who lives in our will. We love her so much that we keep pouring rivers of love on her to be loved more and more of a redoubled and growing love. After which he added with an even more tender and touching love, for, my daughter, the whole creation has been created in an outpouring of our very intense love. Therefore, the children of our Fiat will serve the necessity of our love. Our love feels the need to pour out. Otherwise we feel suffocated in our flames. Here's why the children of our will are needed. For a continual outpouring of our love. We will put them in this same condition. To feel the need to pour out their love at the same time as us. We will pour out love on each other. Just as creation began in an outpouring of love, in the same way we will end it with our children. In an outpouring of love. Our children will serve to complete the whole creation in glory. It would not be a work worthy of us if we did not receive the glory that the creatures owe us. For having created so many things out of love for them. And there is still this very high, very noble, very holy and very sublime point, we have created everything so that everything can be enclosed and animated by our will. Consequently, we gave birth to creation. So it must come back to us, in our adorable Fiat. If we didn't, it would be as if we didn't. The power necessary to do everything. Love to conquer everything or wisdom to be able to dispose of everything. The children of our Fiat will allow us to fulfill in them our will. They will therefore be our glory, our triumph, and our victory. They will be our true children who not only will carry our image, but the life of the Heavenly Father himself who will dwell in them as their own life. These children will be our life, our heavens, and our sons. Oh! How we will take pleasure in creating in them. Winds that blow love and seas that whisper I love you, I love you. We will find everything in them. There will be no more difference between heaven and earth. It will be for us one and the same thing. Either that we keep them with us in heaven or with us on earth. Consequently, cherish the thing that should concern you the most, living in our will. Our love will find His rest, His deliverance, and His peace in you, as well as the beginning of our happiness on earth in the heart of the creature. Our will be constantly upon you, to make our life grow in you. Our love will send you its continual breeze. To love you always with a new love and to receive yours as an expression and return of His love. After which my beloved Jesus added with such unspeakable tenderness that I was heartbroken. My good daughter, if everyone knew what I'm telling you concerning all that my will does with the creature and how she lives with her, they would all throw themselves into her arms without ever leaving her again. You must know that my will is like a true mother to the creature. She creates it with her hands. She conceives it in her maternal womb, and she never leaves her alone, not even for a moment in this maternal womb, as inside a sacred place. My will forms the creature, gives it the use of its members. She raises him with her breaths, gives it its warmth. After having trained her well, she gives birth to her. But she never leaves her alone. Better than a mother, she always hovers above her to watch over her, to help her, to give it the movement, the articulation of its limbs, breath and heartbeat. When she grows up, she gives her the use of speech, from steps to her feet. Everything the creature does, she does with her, to teach him human life. The principle of human life, both of the soul and of the body, is therefore my will which dwells in it, as in its refuge to give it eternal life. My daughter, as long as the fault does not settle in the creature, everything in it is my will. As soon as the fault committed also begins the tears and sufferings of this heavenly mother. Oh, how much she regrets her child! But she does not abandon him. Her love keeps her bound to the creature to give her her life, although she feels her divine life stifled, and perhaps even unknown to the creature and unloved. The love of my will is so great that he continues his life with the creature, even if it offends him, in order to save him. Our goodness and love are so great that we use every means to get the creature out of his sin to save him. And if we do not succeed during his life, we make one last surprise of love at the moment of his death. You must know that at this moment, we give the last sign of love to the creature, granting him our graces, love and goodness, by testifying to so many tendernesses of love capable of softening and winning the hardest hearts. When the creature is between life and death, between the time that is about to end and the eternity that is about to begin, almost in the act of leaving one's body, I, your Jesus, I let myself be seen, with a kindness that delights, with a sweetness that chains and softens the bitterness of life, especially at this extreme moment. Then there's my gaze. I look at her with so much love to get out of the creature. An act of contrition. An act of love. An act of adhesion to my will. At this moment of loss of illusions, when seeing, touching with his hands how much we loved him and still love him, the creature feels such great suffering that it repents of not having loved us. She recognizes our will as the principle and fulfillment of her life. In satisfaction, she accepts his death to perform an act of our will. For you must know that if the creature did not perform even a single act of God's will, the gates of heaven would not open. She would not be recognized as heir to the heavenly homeland. Angels and saints could not admit it among them. She herself would not want to enter, being aware that it does not belong to her. Without our will, there is no true holiness or salvation. How many creatures are saved by virtue of this sign of our love, except for the most perverted and obstinate? Even following the long path of purgatory would be more suitable for them. The moment of death is our daily catch. We find the lost man. Then he added, my daughter, the moment of death is the time of the loss of illusions. At this moment, all things present themselves one after the other for, say, Farewell, the earth is finished for you. Now eternity begins. It's for the creature. As if she were locked in a room and someone said to her, behind this door, there is another room in which are God, heaven, purgatory, hell, in short, eternity. But the creature cannot see any of these things. It intends to affirm them by others. And those who tell him can't see them either. So they talk almost without even believing too much. So they don't know how to give much importance to their words. They don't give them a tone of reality like something that is certain. Then, one day, the walls fall. The creature can see with its own eyes what it had been told before. She sees her God and Father who loved her with great love. She sees the gifts he made to her, one by one. And all the rights of love that she owed him and that were broken. She sees that her life belonged to God, not to herself. Everything passes in front of her. Eternity, heaven, purgatory, and hell. The land that is leaving. The pleasures that turn their backs on him. Everything disappears. The only thing left in this room with its downed walls, eternity. What a change for the poor creature. My goodness is so great, and I want to save everyone. I allow the fall of these walls. When creatures are between life and death. At the moment when the soul leaves the body to enter eternity. So they can do at least one act of contrition and love for me, recognizing on them my adorable will. I can say that I give them an hour of truth in order to save them. Oh! If all knew the acts of love that I use at the last moment of their lives. To prevent them from escaping my more than paternal hands, they would not wait for this moment. They would love me all their lives. My poor spirit always goes in search of the deeds performed by the divine will. It seems to me that while I am looking for them, they are the ones waiting for me to find them. For these acts aspire to be known by creatures, to receive their I love you, and to let them know how much they are loved. The soul then feels repatriated in the acts of its Creator, immersed in the sea of joys and happiness. My always adorable Jesus, seeing me surprised, made his little visit to me again and said to me, my blessed daughter, since man was made by us to live in our will, all our deeds were to serve as so many cities or nations in which man could find, by right, his homeland. In these different cities, he was going to be able to walking, rejoicing, watch the charming and delightful scenes that his Creator had prepared for him with so much love. It can be said that the sun is a city. When the soul enters our will, it finds this city of light with the beauty of different colors and sweetness. She finds our creative and festive act full of joy, love, and unspeakable happiness. She immerses herself in these immense seas of beauty, sweetness, love, and joy to take long walks in her homeland as the owner of all the goods she finds there. Oh! How happy we are to see our works, our cities, created only for man, no longer desert, but populated by our children. As they enter into our will, they find the path that leads them to the different cities we have formed in creation. Ils trouvant. Ici un délice. La un autre joie distinct. Ailers un connaissance plus grande de leur créateur. Ailers encore un amour si intense. Qui les étreint, les embrasse et leur communique la vie de l'amour. Chaque chose crée possède quelque chose de nous mêmes. Non pour elle-même. But in order to give it to the creatures. However, creatures must live in our will. Otherwise the doors remain closed. They can at most benefit from the effects, but not the fullness of the goods contained in our works. That's why, my daughter, to be perfect and complete, the act of the creature must begin and end in our will. Our will itself gives its own life of light and love in order to that the act can be complete and that nothing beautiful, holy, and good can miss him. If this act does not begin in our will, order, holiness, and beauty would be absent. This act could not bear the seal of our will, as an act that belongs to it. There is something to cry about, my daughter. Seeing so many disordered human acts. Some abandoned at the beginning. Half-made, missing a period here, a comma there, and, what is even worse, some are covered with mud, rot. Others are mired in faults and only irritate our justice. That is why there can be nothing good in the creature without our will. Even though it seems that they have done a little good, it is only an appearance of good that cannot last, because it does not possess the substance of the life of our fiat. All it takes is conflict or disappointment, so that this good ceases and that she regrets having done it. On the other hand, everything that is done in my will has an unshakable firmness and does not stop in the face of annoyances and disappointments. On the contrary, these acts intensify to give life to the good they possess. You must know that the creature who does his deeds in our will performs perfect and complete deeds. The one who always lives in our will is under a continual rain of light that pours on her all the effects of the multiple beauties of our divine life when the creature acts, pulsates or breathes. Our divine being is a very pure and endless light, which contains all possible and imaginable goods. He is light and he is word. He sees everything, nothing can be hidden from us. This light is also work. It is rhythm and it is life, which gives life to all and to all things. It contains inexhaustible beauties, endless joys and happiness. She who always lives in our will is always under the reign of light of our sovereign and creator word. Oh! How much our word transforms this creature! He always speaks to her of our Supreme Being by producing on her all our divine effects with a variety of beauties such that we ourselves are delighted. Our gaze of light is constantly on it, our steps always pursue it. Our works hug her with their arms of light and hold her tightly on our knees. All pour out our light on her to communicate to her. Our gaze of light. Our works end. Our steps of light. Therefore, the creature who always lives in our will is in continual and direct communication with his Creator. It receives all the effects that a god can produce. On the other hand, the one who operates in our will is in communication with our works, and her works are shaped with our works. I then continued to trace the acts of the divine will arrived to those of our Lord in the redemption. I kissed them, adored them, and blessed them, I thanked them one by one. Using the same love with which Jesus loved them, I loved them too. And Jesus, moved and touched to see his actions loved with his same love, said to me, "My daughter, only love touches me, hurts me, and leads me to speak, to reveal my secrets to my beloved creature. Secrets that are hidden from those who do not like me. For without loving me, they would not understand my dialect of love. You must know that every act I have done on earth contains such intense suffering, that if my divinity had not supported me, it would have been enough to make me die. By acting, my will created suffering in me. Not to find the human will in mine so that I can the implore in my acts and give her the virtue and grace to make her live in my will. In everything I did, whether it was breathing, throbbing, looking or walking, I was looking for the human will, in order to enclose it and give it the first place. In my breath, in my heartbeat, in my gaze and my steps. What suffering, my daughter! To want to do good and to find no one to give it to. I wanted to put the creature in a safe place, where it could have been happy. Since my sufferings, my works, and my humanity itself would have been not only his defense, but would also have formed his royal palace in which the creature would have been housed as a queen. Instead of being grateful and listening, the creature walked away. Of me. Of my suffering. To live unhappy in the midst of dangers and enemies with no one to defend it. What suffering! What suffering! I can say that my greatest pain here on earth, which caused me a continual death, was to see that the creature did not do my will, did not live in my will, because I saw that my actions did not accomplish the purpose for which I was doing them, did not give the life with which they were invested. What if I hadn't been able to see and kiss every century as in a single present act, as well as my beloved children who were going to live in my divine will and to have to use all that my humanity was doing and suffering? In order to establish my kingdom and make it their most beautiful residence, I could not have endured such great suffering. Consequently, continues to trace my actions, my steps, and my sufferings, to ask that my will come and reign on earth. My pain will be soothed and turn into love. To shorten the time and to make my will known, loved, and reign. I will keep you for myself as a rest, a bearer of the balm for my sufferings. When I see my actions and suffering aggravated, because the creature is moving away from my will, I will come to take refuge in you. To soothe and embalm my sufferings aggravated by pain. I feel in the arms of the Divine Fiat. His love is so great that it nourishes me with its light and warms me with its warmth. If I am tired, he rocks me on his lap to give me rest and a new life. Divine Will, how adorable you are! Only you can truly love me. It is in you that I find refuge from all my ills. I felt oppressed when I saw that those around me were suffering great sacrifices because of me. How painful it is to see others sacrificed. And my sweet Jesus, hugging me in an act of compassion, all tenderness, said to me, "My poor daughter, courage. I don't want you to think about that. You have to know that I can pay back and I know how to reward even the smallest sacrifices and certainly the biggest ones. I take everything into account and I don't even leave a breath without reward. Even more so if these sacrifices are made for someone who loves me. For someone who wants to live in my will, it is as if these sacrifices were made for me. So that these sacrifices may be made in my will, I place in them my divine flavors so that one can feel the taste, the need, and the pleasure of making these sacrifices. These flavors are such as salt and spices for food, like grease for wheels that could hardly move. But when you put a little fat in it, they can turn. The divine flavor empties the sacrifice by making it light and pleasant. This is the reason why, in our love, we have created a holy passion, taste, and pleasure that makes it impossible for us not to love the creature. It is this passion for love that made us feel the extreme need to prove our love for creatures through our works. In fact, no one asked us to create a sky, a sun, and so many other things. After creating them, we looked at them and took so much pleasure in them that, in an excess of love, we exclaimed, "How beautiful our works are!" But we will receive more glory and pleasure from it when our works will give themselves to creatures to love them and make us love. To our passion for love and to this extreme need to love, we added more madness and delirium of love to the point that we could no longer be satisfied only with our works. Our love reached such an excess that we felt the need to also give life. What did I not do with this need for love that I felt in me? She made me suffer from incredible pain, suffer the worst humiliations and even death in the midst of atrocious spasms. But our passion for love is not satisfied if we do not let the creature participate. Therefore, in the sacrifices we make to him, we create the holy passion, accompanied by flavors and pleasures, to make him make the most beautiful conquests. This passion becomes ingenious, finds 1,000 new forms and seems unable to stay or live without acting. If there is not a passion and a taste for sacrifice even in holy works, it seems that these works are simply paintings, they are not alive. They have a coldness and apathy that produces more disgust than flavor, and maybe more evil than good. Therefore, my daughter, don't worry about the sacrifices others make for you. In reality, I must tell you that they are doing them for me and not for you. And I will infuse so much grace, taste, and pleasure to the point of emptying the sacrifice. Then, according to the love with which they will make this sacrifice, I will pour into them. And when they make this sacrifice willed by me, I will make my life grow in them. Isn't it, in fact, my passion for love that makes me talk so often about my will? In order to create in man the passion to live in my will? By saying all these things, I want to drown the human will in our divine flavors to the point of making it decide to live in my will by virtue of the taste and happiness it feels. And can't you say for yourself how many flavors, satisfactions and joys I have put in the state of sacrifice in which I have placed you? Also, let your Jesus do, who knows how to adjust the sacrifice and make him lovable, easy, and even desirable. Especially since I add the strength, support, and life of my own sacrifice to that of the creature. I can say that my sacrifice takes the sacrifice of the creature on his lap and becomes a guide, life, and light for anyone who wants to sacrifice himself for me. My poor mind feels the extreme need to trace the acts of the divine will as breath and heart of my poor existence. If I didn't, I would feel like I was running out of air and heart. My God, how can one live without the air and life of your will? That seems impossible to me. And my sweet Jesus, visiting my little soul, all goodness, said to me, brave daughter of my will, my love was so great in the creation of man, that I have given him my will as the first and absolute necessity, to the point that he could not do anything good without her. The earth cannot produce anything without water, since water is like the soul of the earth. But without the sun that fertilizes, purifies, and beautifies the earth with its light and warmth, the water would only serve to make the earth muddy like a sewer that would spread in the air a contagion capable of infecting the earth. Seed is necessary to produce on earth the most beautiful flowers, plants, and fruits, which make the delights of the farmer and form food for all human generations. It is the necessity of the union of these elements that forms beauty, unity, kindness, and fruitfulness of our creative works. Separated, they can be dangerous and harmful to the poor creature. United, they can do a lot of good. In the same way, I created the strong necessity of my will in the creature. I created the soul, like water for the earth, which had to flow more than water into the earth of the body. I created my will as sun, light, and warmth, which was to invigorate, fertilize, and beautify the soul with a beauty capable of continually delighting us with love for it. Then, just as the farmer spreads the seeds in the ground to make it produce, my will is committed to sowing many divine seeds in the creature, which were to germinate like so many suns, some more beautiful than the others, to produce blooms and celestial fruits, to serve as food for creatures and even as food for their Creator. For our food, our life is our will. Do you then see the need for the union of acts, which, like seeds, are formed by the creature? This necessity determines the growth of my will in it. It communicates the virtue of our divine qualities, producing many wonders of grace and beauty. And we love the creature so much that not only do we become inseparable, but that we also operate continuously in it. We know that if we love, she loves. If we work, she works. And that it cannot do anything without us. If there were no union between us, it would be reduced to uselessness, like a land without water, sun, and seeds. Therefore, as we love her very much, we do everything in her. Can you see what dangerous and almost horrible condition the creature puts itself without our will? Then he added in a tone of great sadness, my daughter, how painful it is for us not to see the creature living in our will. By refusing to live in her, she wants to confine us to our heavenly homeland. She doesn't want us to live with her on earth. Our will is a burden to her. She flees our holiness, closes the door to light and seeks darkness. Poor creature! In doing her will, she will die of cold and starvation, and will say, heaven does not belong to me. These creatures live in exile on earth, without support, defenseless and without strength. The good itself is transformed for them into bitterness, and even defect they form our suffering and make us continually suffocate with love. The love of our will is such that every word or knowledge I manifest concerning our will is a divine life and even a new life, each different from the other. Different in holiness, beauty, and love. That's why our delight is to make known what is our will, what it can do, and to what noble and sublime state she wants to raise the creature in our divine womb. In fact, by making it known, we do nothing but pour out our new divine lives, and when those lives are possessed by the creature, we receive from her a renewal of love, beauty, goodness, etc. Through our own lives, how much we feel glorified and loved by it. To whom we have revealed ourselves. Making ourselves known, finding the one who wants to know us is the act that glorifies us the most. Our love finds the one in whom it can flow. To give him everything we want. After all, why would we have made the creature if we didn't want to make ourselves known? It is knowledge which brings us down into it, and which gives him the wings to ascend to us. Also, when we see your desire to know more about our will, we immediately prepare for you the most beautiful surprises of our omnipotent Fiat, not only to make you known, but to give you the good that we reveal to you. After which, very moved, he added, "My daughter, the one who lives in my will is the creature desired by all, because all feel loved by her. His love extends to all, embraces all things, is placed in the hearts of all, to make us loved by all. Even the smallest I love you, I adore you, I bless you of the creature who lives in our holy will have the right to be enclosed in all. Even the saints and angels feel honored to make room in them for the smallest I love you of this wealthy creature. And so they love us with this I love you. What will not be her joy when she comes to the heavenly homeland and sees her I love you in all the blesseds who love his God. All this happens in the simplest way. Since our will is everything, all that is done in it finds its place everywhere and acquires the continual act of always loving. Therefore, even the sun, the heavens, the stars, the whole creation will possess these acts in order to love and bless us. My poor spirit always returns to the divine will. After receiving communion, I said to my adorable Jesus, in your will, everything belongs to me. So I love you with the love of my mother and queen, which is also yours. I kiss you with his lips. I hold you close to me with his arms. Taking you with me, I take refuge in his heart to give you his joys, his delights, his motherhood. So that you can find the sweetness and protection that only your mom can give you. But as I took refuge with my Jesus in my mother all tenderness, my sweet Jesus said to me, my daughter, and daughter of my mother, how happy I am to find the daughter with my mother and my mother with her daughter. She wants creatures love me with his own love and use his lips to kiss me and his arms to hug me. She wants to wring her maternity to them, to get me to safety, so that I can have them all as mom. Finding the daughter and mother who love me with one love is for me the greatest joy. I feel that of the two give me a new paradise on earth. But that's not enough. I want to find all things in the one who lives in my will. If something is missing, I cannot say that my will is complete in the creature. I not only want to find my mother with the creature in her place of honor as queen and mother, but also my heavenly Father and the Holy Ghost. Also, my daughter, make my delights, telling me that you love me as the Father and the Holy Spirit love me. Jesus kept silent and waited for me to tell him what he wanted to hear. Despite my unworthiness, to please him, I said, I love you. With the immense power of love of the Father and with the infinite love of the Holy Spirit. I love you with the love that all angels and saints love you. I love you with the love that all creatures past, present and future love you or should love you. I love you for all things created, and the same love of which you created them. My sweet Jesus breathed a long sigh, and he added, finally, I find satisfaction in my ardent desire to find all things in the creature. I find our seas of love infinite. I find the delights of my loving mother. I find everything in all creatures. That's why I must find everything in the creature that lives in my will, and I have to find it in everyone's house. After all, Heavenly Father begot me out of love. That is why I find with me, in the continual act of giving and receiving love, those who love me, and that I don't let anything of our love escape them. Then he added, my daughter, that is why in our love we feel an immense need for creatures to know us and our works. If they don't know us, we're like sidelined even though we live inside and outside of them. We know everything they do and everything they think. We love them in every action they do. But not only do they not like us, but they do not even recognize us. What suffering? If they do not recognize us, love cannot be born. And if there is no love, we find no place for our works. Our love cannot find a refuge from which to spread and shelter. Everything remains suspended. We want to find the I love you of the creature in our works so that by arming it with our power, we may put in him our greatest works. Oh! How happy we are to find his little I love you as a shelf where to arrange our works. It is painful for us to operate without finding a place for our works. It is as if our works lack life. Our operative love remains repressed, suffocated. We are able to act and we cannot. Because the creature, ungrateful, does not recognize us and does not love us. Creatures tie our hands and confine us to uselessness while all our works are directed for their good. We cannot give because there is no in them of knowledge and love, nor a space where to place our works. Because finally, why should we act if we do not find anyone who agrees to receive our works? De plus, tu dois savoir tu avant de faire un over quelconque, nous cherchons quelqu'un capable. To know this work. To receive and love it. Only then do we act. My humanity itself did not act before finding someone to love and receive this act. And even then, if I did not find someone who would receive it, as I could see through the centuries, I would direct my act to the creature who would love him, know him, and receive him. Even when I cried like a little newborn, I directed those tears to the one who would repent, regret his sins, and be washed of them in order to acquire again the life of grace. When I walked, my steps were directed to the one who had to follow the path of good, to be her strength and guide her steps. There is no a work that I have done, a word that I have said, or a suffering that I suffered in which I did not seek the works of the creatures to serve as a tablet for my works, where for their words where to place my word. My sufferings sought a tablet in their suffering in order to place the good contained in everything I did. It was my passion of love that made me do only what could be useful to my children. This is one of the main reasons why I want the creature to live in my will. Only then is all my works, creation, redemption, and even one of my size will be able to find a place to lean on, to become the works of creatures, the sufferings of their sufferings, the life of their lives. It is then that everything I have done and suffered will turn into glory and victory, to drive out all enemies and to bring back the order, harmony, peace, and heavenly smile of the Heavenly Father among creatures. I was surprised, and my beloved Jesus added, "My blessed daughter, life in my will contain so many surprises and divine novelties that it will make the very astonishment of angels and saints. Especially since in my will there are no words, but facts. My will converts words, desires, and intentions into deeds and accomplished works. While everything the creature wants outside of my will is reduced to words, desires and intentions. In my will, which possesses creative virtue, everything the creature wants becomes a fait accompli and a work full of life. Especially since living in our will, she is already aware of what we are doing, and it smells what we want. C'est pourquoi elle nous accompagne nos œuvres, volant tout ce que nous voulons. Elle ne peut tout simplement pas faire autrement et ne pourrait pas se tenir à l'écart. Notre fiat devient sa plus grande nécessité et elle ne peut s'en passer. It's for her. More than a breath that must give and receive. More than a movement that feels the extreme need to move. In short, my will is everything to her. It is impossible for her to live without my will. Therefore, be careful and let your flight always be in our fiat. May everything be for the glory of God and for the fulfillment of the divine will.